Hello. Good morning, afternoon, and evening. It's Dee Dee. How's it going? Chippy D. It's Chippy D. This is Iduna's first time seeing Chippy D moving and talking. Hello. Hello, hello. Art. Thank you. 4-leaf clover potion. Excellent. Fish, yes! Oh god, I'm so glad I found this game. I thought I followed the game dev who made this back at the end of May, because they were like, oh yeah, it's gonna release on June 1st for my birthday. And then of course I forgot about it. And then I suddenly remembered it today, and I was like, did I not bookmark it? Did I not follow them? I'm never gonna find it in my likes. It's been over a month ago. So by some crazy luck, I searched on Twitter on a stream game or something like that, and I was able to find them very quickly. I'm like, yes, thank God. I was trying to search on my own, and I was like, on stream fishing game, and then I'm like, no, it's not lurk bait. It's not the one everyone uses, because that would be too simple. That wouldn't be DD brand to use the one that everyone uses. No. Daily potion, instant popularity, Iduna, like you need that. Ginkgo leaf, you can use that to decorate your room. So yes, I am now following this dev. They've got a few other on-stream games in the works that I want to do. But of course, it's like, how many on-stream games can you have at one time? I think the only benefit like lurk bait has over phone fishing, which is this game, is... or fishing phone, something like that. I think the only benefit it has is lurk bait. It only pops up when someone actively fishes. This one is just kind of constantly there. But I don't know, it's cute. It suits the vibes. We can look at cute little froggies fishing while horrible things are happening in UMINEKO. It's fine. You like the fishing game? Excellent. I figured it's a good choice because, I mean, Bozan and I are addicted to, like, idle fishing games, so why not? Why not? Works perfectly. So, yes, I have returned. I hope everyone had a good Saturday without me. I was at Iduna's for, like, a good... 8 hours? Almost 9 hours yesterday. She got me lunch. She made me dinner. Was a good time. We played a little bit of Genshin. The full package, right? Then we got sucked into Genshin by accident. Yeah. We were talking ZZZ, and Iduna's like, oh, I don't have it on the PS5 anymore. I could reinstall it, and I was like, do it. And then by the time it finished reinstalling on the PS5, because you know how fast consoles are at downloading stuff, Iduna's partner, Ace, was home, and he's like, I kind of want to do my Genshin dailies. It's like, okay, well, ZZZ, another day. We did get in, like, very briefly just to look at characters and stuff. But yeah. Sexu, hello! Welcome to the fishy! You caught a piranha. Damn. Watch a movie with lighter? Oh. I hope you do get Caesar. That would be nice. God, like 16 days if you like really commit to it. You can do it. I believe in you. I believe in you, and if nothing else, I believe in you all. Oh my God, it's a seal with a book. I love it. Yeah! Oh God. I'm trying to remember. Does Star Rail update on Tuesday evening or is it Wednesday? I think it's Wednesday. I can't remember. Either way, oh, it's time to cry soon. Fine on. God. Iduna isn't caught up, so no spoilers in chat for Morpheus, but oh my God. Emotional damage. The fishing, the ADHD is kicking in. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You're going to get brutalized? Yes. Well, the good news about the fishing, Ranger, is unless, like the link, like something goes wonky with the website and the link breaks, I don't have to remember to turn on the fishing. The fishing will always be here unless I purposefully turn it off. And yes, you're gonna get brutalized. They did, what was it? I'm trying to like explain a bit without fully getting into it, but it was all like, it's like, oh, like here is some horrible things that have already happened on this planet before the Trailblazers intervened. And it's like, wow. We're here to save the day, thank God. But the emotional damage everyone else is taking. So if Fishy suddenly disappears, only one person is to blame? I mean, either I'm to blame or, because it's done through browser source and Stream Elements. So either I broke it or Stream Elements broke. One or the other. So there's a good chance it would be my fault, but not everything. Not guaranteed. Because, you know, sometimes OBS updates or, like, the website updates, and then, like, for some reason that breaks your sources. Like, it's like, the code hasn't changed. The link hasn't changed. Why does it suddenly not work? Who knows? Who knows? Only the stars know, I guess. Oh, yeah, Ranger. I showed Iduna, Rutger from Tales of Yumiya, and she's like, I'm gonna shake hands with Ranger, because that is a whole boy. That is a whole boy, came straight out of your mouth. Yep. I was like describing him and she's like, what did you say his name is again, as she reaches for her phone? Fair enough. I was talking to Iduna and I told her about Rutger in Tales of Yumiya. And Iduna was like, I'm gonna have to shake Ranger's hand on his boy, because, like, he is a whole boy. Ranger, not Zaxu. Silly. Iduna needs to learn the moonbeams. She's like, they all look the same. They're all cats. It's like, no. There's this one and this one and this one and this one and that one over there. Iduna, you all need name tags. beautiful. Happy Pride Month, everyone. I love that. During Pride Month, Art, our resident Arrow Ace, had a moment of weakness during Prince of Tennis and nearly picked up a boy. And then Ranger, during the stream, picked up a boy as well. Happy Pride Month. Congratulations on your marriage in the month of June. That's so true. June used to be like a super popular month to get married because of Juno being like, you know, the goddess associated with like marriage and like matrimony and like the home and all that stuff. It used to be considered really good luck to get married in June. And I mean, I'm sure some people still are, but like for better or worse, in a lot of the population, June has become associated with pride, which isn't a bad thing. But some people might be like, I'm not gay. Can I get married in June? Can I get married during Pride Month? Yeah, sure. We don't own the month. It's just the one month where we're particularly loud. It's fine. Go forth, be merry. If you roll up to the town courthouse with your marriage certificate, they're not going to be like, oh no, we can't accept this until July 1st. It's the gay month. Sorry. As hilarious as that would be. Where am I going to put the fishing in the gaming screen? Because, I mean, I want the fishing still on screen, but I don't want to be entirely covered. I can put it here. And then where's chat gonna go? Oh my god. There it is. I'm like trying to find sources in OBS, even though I name everything. There's just too big a list now. It's like I need to clean this sheet out. But every time I do, it just gets really messy again. So it's like, alright. Whatever, this is fine. This is fine! Everything is awesome. When things are cluttered on your stream, everything is awesome. We're trying to be engaging. Beautiful. So, for Dooney, this is your first UMINEKO stream. Welcome in. Surely nothing horrible will happen. We all know horrible stuff's gonna happen. This is Higurashi. This is, well, it's not Higurashi, but it's by the creator of Higurashi, so we know. Surely not with the game so famous for being chill, right? Poor Iduna. All she knows about UMINEKO is what little I've shared while ranting about stuff. But it's good game. Okay, we might have to do desktop audio today because for some reason application audio has decided it's not gonna work today. Or, hang on, is it because... Nope, the game audio was... It was clicked on, so that wasn't it. Okay, that's fine. That's what desktop audio is for. That's the backup. Alrighty. So as you can hear from the crows or not the crows, the seagulls cawing. This is UMINEKO no Naku Koroni. How was Chippy Day's stay so far? Pretty decent. Very sleepy, but I got to eat breakfast. I did some dailies and stuff. I did a little bit of cleaning. The garbage was not quite full enough to go out usually, but it's, you know, it's summer. It was starting to smell, so I'm like, okay. Time to get rid of this. But yes, this is UMINEKO no Naku Koro ni, When the Seagulls Cry. I guess, quote-unquote, your standard murder mystery where there's a bunch of rich people. They go to an basically uninhabited island. There's a matter of an inheritance that's coming up, and suddenly everybody's getting murdered. But there's like a weird fantastical element to this one where apparently a witch is involved, and she's like, oh yeah, your grandfather made a deal with me, and I gave him all this gold, and he used that gold to build up your family. Well, time's come to collect interest, unless you can figure out my riddle. So that's basically the gist, the overarching gist. Chapter 1 set the premise. This is chapter 2. Timeline's basically reset. Shannon, the maid, is in love with George, who is one of the sons of the family. And, like, you know, his mother's like, get your dirty hands off him, you good-for-nothing, low-bred, uneducated piece of shit. So Beatrice, the witch, is like, I got you, girl. I will set things up so you get together with him before, like, you know, he meets his fiance, who is, like, the most perfect person in the world for him. But you have to break this mirror for me, because the mirror is messing with my magic, and I have plans. So, you know, you do that for me, I'll do that for you. You've always been, like, so respectful of me, and you dust my portrait every day, so I will do this for you. And that's essentially where we left off. Ring-a-ding-ding. Ring-a-ding-ding. And I looked it up, and apparently chapter 2, if you do it with the voice acting, takes about 20 hours. So yeah, it'll take like 24 hours with me as a yapper. So, you know, strap in, guys. It's gonna take us like a month to finish this chapter, but that's fine. It's not like y'all have anything better to do. All right, here we go. Bold of you to assume? I will assume. I know you guys so well. Like streamer, like chat. Surely you don't have lives. What? What do you mean separate rooms? So wait, you and George Nissan stayed in different rooms on purpose? Yes. Is it really so strange? Jessica's cheeks had been stuffed with the chocolate-coated, Chinsuko. There we go. A chocolate-coated Chinsuko biscuit that Shannon had bought as a present from Okinawa. Okinawa, the land of skate. And it all came flying out at Shannon when Jessica cried out. Shannon, why did you even go on a trip to Okinawa? You were even alone with George Nissan. Well, he said there was a huge aquarium in Okinawa and invited me to go. And I like fish and stuff. No, that's not the point! We're talking about a healthy guy and girl going on an overnight trip. Maybe one of them's gay. Calm down. Are you saying there weren't even any hugs and kisses? And seriously, what's up with that guy and girl staying in different rooms? As for kisses, no comment. But we did a hug. George-san's chest was warm because, you know, he's alive. He's not dead. Not yet, anyway. That's not the point. Ah, jeez. Why do couples like this exist? Ah, jeez. I can't take it anymore. From Shannon's point of view, it was an incredibly happy trip for various reasons. but it looked like Jessica found their pace to be pretty irritating. Now, girls, settle down. For a while, Jessica chewed her present, complaining about a romance and pretending to feign in agony on her bed. She's just like me. Yesterday, while I was at Iduna's, her partner was trying to beat, Sticky Overload in Genshin, and he got really close, but he ran out at like the last 2 seconds, and I just dramatically collapsed onto the couch. Shannon and George had chosen to go to Okinawa because there was a huge aquarium there. We ended up co-oping it later. Oh, nice! Very nice. That was an experience. Oh, God. Teamwork makes the dream work? Question mark. They did this because an aquarium had given them the opportunity to start going out. Since their relationship had started at an aquarium, having their first overnight trip also be to an aquarium must have had some commemorative value. That's like a huge commemorative turning point. And your first overnight trip? How could you not make all kinds of progress there? But instead, you both got separate rooms. A couple taking 2 single rooms. Ah, geez, seriously, what's wrong with you? But we are both unmarried. George Lawton says showing restraint is good manners for a couple. Like I said, the whole point of this overnight trip was so you could overcome that stage, right? You should be way beyond just kissing and hugging by now. Milady, I don't know what you mean by that. But George Sama was a real gentleman with me until the end. That is, I mean, I also wondered if things would happen, you know? But even though we are going out, I mean, it's not like we're married or anything. These things you seem to be expecting, should only be done after making a vow before God. Shannon's face got bright red. She made a circle with both hands, restlessly intertwining and separating and making heart marks with them. Apparently, the dramatic progress Jessica had looked forward to hadn't happened. But it seemed to have been a very important experience for Shannon in her own way. In the end, whether Jessica was jealous of Shannon or made fun of her, it didn't change the fact that Shannon had a huge lead on her. Ah, what a boyfriend too! I can't believe you got ahead of me. Even though we promised that we'd find boyfriends at the same time, you beat me! You're a wonderful person, milady, so I'm sure you'll find someone wonderful much quicker than me. Don't try to console me! Shannon, you traitor, get out! Shut up! Oh God, don't aggravate your asthma! Jessica threw several cushions at her, but midway she had an asthma attack and started to choke pretty badly. Shannon hurriedly ran over to a nearby side table and started searching around on top of it. A cute basket was placed there, and inside of it was Jessica's bronchodilator. Shannon picked it up and handed it over to Jessica. Jessica's asthma attacks always came suddenly. Because of that, she always needed to carry this medicine around. I mean, as someone who had childhood asthma, strain and stress bring on the attack, so I mean, I don't know if you could call it sudden, when she got worked up and started screaming. She breathed in the medicine and after a while managed to overcome her choking as her asthma finally settled down. Shannon thought this was a good chance to leave and tried to exit the room after bowing courteously. As she did, one more small cushion came flying and hit Shannon on the head. She noticed that Jessica was on the verge of crying, half of her face buried in her last and favorite cushion. That face was red and meek. Milady? Shannon, be honest with me. Is my hairdo and stuff weird? What are you saying? I think your hair is very beautiful. Then, are my eyes strange? Or maybe my nose? Or is it the way I talk after all? Is that why I can't get a boyfriend? Of course not. Milady, you are wonderful enough as you are. And I think your charm will keep on increasing more and more from now on. But I'm the only one who can't find a boyfriend. Saku and Hina managed to get boyfriends, but only I can't. Is it because I don't have any charm after all? I think it's more the boys are terrified of your family. I will date you, right, Jessica? It's fine. I know being straight and stuff isn't a choice, but don't worry about the stupid boys. All the girls will date you. It's fine. You know, everyone says they'll bring their boyfriends to the cultural festival. And I was so sure I'd have a boyfriend before then, so I started bragging. There's no way I'll get a boyfriend. I'm the only one. Before she realized it, Jessica was shedding huge tears. Jessica didn't really feel like crying, and of course, she felt like supporting Shannon's progress in love as a friend. However, as she had cheered Shannon on, her true feelings had suddenly gone and mixed in, and she couldn't help but shed tears. Shannon understood Jessica's innocent and easily injured heart. The rough style of speech Jessica usually used was all just an attempt to protect that fragile heart. As the daughter and successor to the Ushinomiya family, and as a girl isolated on Orokinjima, the only person she could expose her true feelings to was Shannon. Shannon understood that, so she strongly regretted acting smug, even if it was only a little. Sorry. I'm so weird crying like this. Sorry. You are a wonderful person, milady. There's no way you won't find a wonderful man. Shannon, it's about time, right? If you don't go quickly, Genji-san and Mom will get mad. I'm just fine, so hurry up. Sorry for crying like this. I'm such a moron. Jessica faced away, acting as though she didn't really want to trouble Shannon, waving her hand as though chasing Shannon away. Shannon took that as a sign that Jessica didn't want to be bothered anymore, bowed her head, and left the room. When Shannon's footsteps disappeared in the distance, Jessica lay down on her bed, still hugging a cushion. Her expression was still a little meek, with tears in her eyes. But for the first time in a long time, she had a very, very quiet and honest conversation with her heart. I also want to fall in love. Aww. It's easy to forget, but Shannon and Jessica are like the same age, roughly, like maybe 1 or 2 years apart. So they're close because of that. So it can really feel isolating when it feels like you're very far behind your peers. As Shannon happily watered the flower beds in the garden, she sensed someone's presence. She turned around, thinking that if one of the family had come to visit, she must greet them. But what she saw was that witch. Beatrice-sama. It's been quite some time. How are you? Has your relationship with the one you love progressed since last we met? As Beatrice sat on the rose arch, she happily blew on her pipe. Sitting in a place like that would crush the roses, and it might have been dangerous if the arch fell over. This was a witch after all. Showing concern for her safety was probably a waste of time. Yes, thanks to you, it's going smoothly. Naturally, the effects of my magic are immediate. Perhaps you feel your mating was a predetermined fate. However, that is a mistake. Don't even think fate has anything to do with it. I understand that. The witch was calling attention to something. Two things, actually. First, that Shauna's relationship with George was a fate that'd be absolutely impossible under normal circumstances. Second, that the power of the witch was great enough to overturn that fact. Shauna had just gotten wrapped up in those sweet days and had started believing the illusion that all fate revolved around her. But she remembered the witch's words. Originally, her relationship with George had been impossible. No, it might be impossible in the future as well. Sorry, please forgive me. It's just like doctors. You cling to them when you're worried about your health, but after you're healed, you forget even to thank them. I've never been thanked as a witch, so I couldn't help acting a little rudely. Forgive me. The gratitude I feel has never slipped my mind. It's thanks to your power that I was able to achieve happiness, Beatrice-sama. And without that power, the fate that brought me and George-sama together would never have happened. I have never forgotten that. Sorry. It's not like I came here to bully you. Mean rude is just part of my personality. Charming. Do forgive me. More importantly, I heard. So you went on a trip alone with him. I imagine it must have been quite fun. Yes! It was very, fun. Shauna's face suddenly lit up. The witch laughed lightly as though amused by the speed of that transformation. Already the one you care for is more than the object of one-sided love. You are a pair of lovers now. When two people are filled with love, nothing else is needed to establish a complete world. Perhaps you could call that a wonderful, ideal world. Even witches would be jealous. Beatrice laughed pleasantly. That smile made her look as though she'd blessed the lovers' rendezvous from the bottom of her heart, without a trace of malice. After that day, Beatrice had shown herself in front of before Shauna every once in a while. Even now, Shauna thought of her as an unsettling being. However, she was also indebted to this person for the magic that led to her current relationship with George. So Shauna tried to act with all her might that she wasn't surprised or scared. That's right. Beatrice-sama? I brought some sweets as a souvenir from our trip. Would you, like to try some too? Oh? A souvenir for a witch? It seemed that even a witch who boasted of living for 1,000 years hadn't imagined that she'd receive a souvenir from a sweet lover's trip. When she saw that surprised expression, Shauna thought of the witch as a friend for the first time. An Eastern cookie made from wheat flour and lard. To wrap that in Western chocolate is truly a blending of the Japanese and Western styles. The silk road of sweets. What? What's so funny? Nothing. My apologies. The witch, who surely held a terrifying power, was chopping down on sweets one after the other, making a sound like a squirrel stuffing walnuts into its mouth. After a while, Shannon couldn't conceal her laughter. A good meal. I should serve you some dolce vita from Nero one of these days. You got what from Nero? Like, it took me a second to process it. I'm like, wait. The Emperor Nero? Roses are the symbol of eternal love. I believe a rose dolce would be appropriate for you now. The witch was in a great mood, fully enjoying modern candy. Here. I truly am grateful. I believe you've done more than enough for me already, so I'm returning this. The thing Shannon had softly set on the table was a gold-colored butterfly brooch. There was no need to return it. If you continue holding that, your relationship should remain firm in perpetuity. Maybe it was the power of magic that brought us together, but I think only the two of us working together can turn that into something that lasts forever. Love and roses are the same. Too much fertilizer causes the roots to rot. Some flowers cannot be raised without hard work. In that case, do as you wish. You may wear it or keep it in a box. That is my goodwill given to you. Having you return it to me won't please me at all. My apologies. Yeah, generally returning a gift you got from someone doesn't go over well, Shannon. That's not what I... No harm has been done. That brooch is already yours. If you treasure that proof of our friendship, it would indeed bring me some comfort. You may hold on to it and gain its benefits. Or you may keep it in a box. If you wish, you may even give it to another who is worrying about love. Or you could simply treasure it. Of course, it would pain my heart if you wasted it. According to Beatrice, she had appeared several times in the past in response to someone's summons to give them some tool imbued with magical power. However, most people use that power to resolve their worries, then quickly grew unsettled by it, forgot their former gratitude, and threw away the tool they had been given with disgust. So it is quite rare for me to be thanked for my goodwill. In fact, this might even be the first time. The witch laughed heartily, but it looked like a sad laugh in Shannon's eyes. Sorry, I wasn't prepared to cackle. She herself had been like that in the past. No, maybe she was still like that now. Beatrice was definitely a witch with a strange and terrifying power. Most people probably wouldn't want to stick around her if they could help it. Surely, Even those who had relied on that strange power sometimes felt fear rather than gratitude as a result. It must have deeply hurt the witch to have that happen over and over again. Since the time she had started thinking of that way, Shannon had tried to stop being frightened of Beatrice. This was surely something that had tormented the witch for over 1,000 years. Maybe she really liked those sweets. Beatrice, who normally spoke abusively, praised the black tea that Shannon served her and looked to be in remarkably high spirits. After doing that for a while, the witch and the servant grew animated in their discussion of the trip with George. The things Shannon actually knew about Beatrice were surprisingly few. First off, she was a ghost-like being who appeared in unexpected places at unexpected times. And it seemed that not everyone could perceive that she was there. Apparently, everyone had something called a wavelength, and the ability to perceive witches varies greatly among different people. Only Shannon and Kanon could interact with her enough to exchange words like this. There were a few people who could sense her presence, but most people couldn't even feel that much. From what Beatrice said, Klaus and his wife in particular had zero magical talent. RIP. And no matter how much she followed them around, they would never notice her. Oops. Once earlier, when Shannon messed up and Natsuhi got really mad at her, Beatrice had started playing around, hitting Natsuhi on the head with her pipe. You see, Natsuhi really didn't notice a thing. But Shannon, watching that, had burst out laughing without even thinking and had gotten scolded even more. Thanks, Beatrice. Can always count on you. Then, what about the master? I hear he's doing research in magic, so I'm sure he'll be able to notice you, Beatrice-sama. Kinzo is the same. He also has a pitiful lack of magical talent. It's the blood. He has so little talent that I pity him. As soon as they started talking about Kinzo, it felt like the atmosphere around Beatrice changed. She had spoken about Klaus and the rest lack of magical talent as though she looked down on them. But she spoke of Kinzo in a different way. Anyone connected to the Ushinomiya family would know about Kinzo's legend of the golds. According to that, Kinzo was given gold after summoning the witch Beatrice. In other words, she must have had some kind of relationship with Kinzo. That was because he succeeded, despite not even having a scrap of talent. Keeps studying by himself like mad and managed to become a magician. And that's something really incredible, right? Indeed. The witch who usually looked down on people was uncharacteristically offering her praise. While she lambasted him by saying he had no talent, she praised his efforts. And then, the master summoned Beatrice Sama with the power of magic. Indeed. Well, I only answered the summons on a whim. After all, in this period where magic has long been denied, here was a man who, without a scrap of talent, yet still desperate to succeed. I thought I'd drop by and poke some fun at him, and that's when my luck ran out. Her choice of words highlighted how much of a disaster that had been for her. Shannon hesitated over whether it would be safe to continue this discussion. But Beatrice continued on her own, ignoring Shannon. After all, his contract did have a proper format and set of rules. Various procedures were mixed up, and well, in deference to his enthusiasm, I graciously accepted. Then I gave him a mountain of gold. And then, the master used that gold and succeeded in business and grew his wealth into what it is today. Indeed, his talent in magic was minimal, but it seemed he had a knack for business and gambling. Thank God Kinzo wasn't around when gacha games were a thing. Or perhaps it was due to the bravery and madness that led him to risk everything on unreasonable bets. Madness sometimes acts as a magical power. I see, if you look at it that way, perhaps it isn't quite fair to say he was completely lacking in magical talent. Shannon felt like she was daydreaming. While everyone in the Ushinomiya family knew the story of how Kinzo idolized black magic, summoned a witch, and received the gold, in actuality, it was all a rambling that no one believed in. And now, Shannon was having this story confirmed by the witch herself. She felt a little flustered by this incredible secret that only she knew. Once Kinzo gained his vast fortune, he could realize every dream that can be satisfied by objects obtainable in the human world. And in the end, he searched for the truth of this world. The truth of this world? The single element that makes up the world. Kinzo, who had gained everything one can obtain in the human world, searched for that, the final desire that humans seek. The single element. She seemed to remember the witch using that word before. When Beatrice saw Shannon trying to remember what that was, she laughed bitterly, waving her hand and saying there was no need. I underestimated Kinzo just a tad. I truly did expect him to display such power. And thanks to that, I'm in this state. I've been sewn in place on this island for several decades now without even a friend to drink tea with. No matter whom I try to talk to, my voice didn't reach them. And no matter where I go, I cannot do anything. Such boring decades. As she laughed in self-derision, she tapped the teacup with her finger. It made the light sound of pottery. Shannon didn't know whether the word self-derision was actually an accurate expression to describe the look on the witch's face. Shannon didn't understand everything, but she could more or less figure out the situation. And it was probably a topic that she couldn't press the witch on easily, not unless the witch started talking about it herself. To sum up everything she had said until now, Beatrice, who had been summoned by Kinzo's magic, could not leave this island for some reason. And she had lost her power and form, living her days in boredom. During that time, her words had reached Shannon, who never forgot to show sincere respect for the witch. And Shannon helped the witch regain her powers, if only a little bit. As a result, it was now possible for the witch to drink tea with Shannon like this. Beatrice-sama? What in the world was that mirror you told me to break? Ah, that long ago, it seemed various things happened on the islands around this area. Because of that, malignant forces gathered here and began to draw in an evil distortion. It seems a traveling Eastern magician or something built a shrine for the repose of souls and sealed them in there. That in itself has nothing to do with me, but unfortunately, the magic power rested on a different foundation than mine. It created an extremely strong interference with my magic, and was extremely bothersome. Is that how it was? And I just assume it existed only to seal you, Beatrice-sama. I was not its target. But it was a divine mirror. As a result, my power was sealed away. To use food as an example, maybe it would go something like this. Let's say the Western food I ordered was being made in the kitchen. However, when they try to set the table, the area for the guest seating is in the Japanese style, with Japanese style dishes. So the kitchen is unable to serve a plate that would be out of place, and no matter how long I wait, my Western food won't arrive. Something like that. How's the sea cat? The sea cat is sea catting. We're just getting a lot of Shannon being BFFs with all the girls on this island. No murders yet. This is good background noise for work? Yeah, thank you. I hear a lot of people, like, leaving my streams on for that reason. So you destroyed that Japanese-style guest seating and returned to the area to a blank slate for a time. Thanks to that, the meal I had ordered was finally delivered, and my power came back, you could say. Gotta make it nice and tragic. Yeah, gotta give a whole bunch of exposition and stuff. However, so far only the aperitif has arrived. Will still be quite some time before the main dish. As I am now, I'm even more fragile than a shoe store fairy. What's so amusing? Nothing. I just thought your metaphor was pretty funny. I never would have thought to use a story about food as a metaphor for magic. I thought it was a rather skillful comparison, but I certainly didn't expect to be laughed at. I'm a bit offended. And thus Shannon was turned to dust. A slightly sulky expression rose to the witch's face. It wasn't a strange expression at all to be appearing on the face of some friends as they enjoyed their tea. Although I may not look it, I was known for doing extremely brutal things in the past. I've gotten soft. Now I can even have a foolish discussion while drinking tea with a human. She was probably talking to herself. As Beatrice gazed at the seabirds tracing the horizon, she put her tea to her lips again. The clouds have come out. When the ocean loses its brilliance, it's nothing more than a gray puddle. You think so? I think the ocean is a beautiful deep blue, even when it gets cloudy. Maybe the witch noticed the deep meaning behind Shannon's words. She laughed lightly and set down her empty teacup. It seems those things buried in your eyes aren't black pebbles anymore. How is it? Do you see how it feels for furniture to be reborn as a human? Yes. I never knew the world was this kind. Since the start of her relationship with George, Shannon's face had grown brighter more often. Her smile had made everything go smoothly and had even changed her fortune. Shannon made less mistakes in her work than she had before, and the family members' opinions of her was slowly starting to change. Just the other day, she had been surprised when Klaus, who rarely exchanged words with her, had suddenly started talking to her. You've been wearing a splendid smile more often lately, haven't you? Has something good happened? No, but every day is fun, yes. Wonderful. It goes without saying that coffee is more delicious when poured with a smile. Could I ask for that smile once more? Yes, sir. Does that become a chance for Shannon to gain confidence in herself? Of course, it did go beyond her own heart, and it wasn't so big a change that anyone would notice. But she had begun to change, bit by bit. Shannon understood it clearly. Knowing love was the same as gaining a soul. The same as being reborn from furniture into a human. There was absolutely nothing mistaken in Beatrice's words. By knowing love, Shannon had learned what it was to be human. These have been unusual snacks. It was time well spent. It's probably about time for you to return to your work, so let us end our tea party now. After all, it seems a certain person doesn't like seeing us drink tea together. Huh? The witch gripped a teaspoon and flipped it with her fingers, sending it up into the air. After that, it was launched by the figures of some invisible person and flew straight into a nearby bush. The bush shook violently, and Kanon came out. It seemed he had been there for some time, watching their tea party. The spoon was gripped in his hand. If he hadn't caught it in an instant, it might have hit him hard in the forehead and caused him to start oozing blood. Do not worry. Our tea party is over now, Kanon. How long were you there? If you had called to us, I'd have poured you some tea, too. I imagine that you didn't want to interrupt a pair of women talking, right? Kanon kept silent, but there seemed to be a slightly hostile look in his eyes. On the outside, he acted with respect. But unlike Shannon, Kanon did not trust the witch. When Beatrice hit the table with her pipe, the tea set turned into gold butterflies which flew upwards all at once. Then they scattered in every direction, and the cleanup was already done. It was fun, Shannon. Let us meet again if the chance arises. My magic power is still quite lacking. It's tiring even to show myself. If you're that tired, never appear again. Kanon had said it in a small voice, but the witch seemed to have heard it perfectly. She giggled, but did not reply. Shannon, tell me more about George at our next tea party. There are no snacks sweeter than a person's love life. See you again. And there she goes. Beatrice's body also became gold butterflies, which scattered in all directions and disappeared. It was a fantastical and beautiful scene, like a blizzard of gold leaf. For a while, Shannon quietly watched the witch's exit. Kanon approached her from behind and spoke with an expression that was drastically different from hers. Nason, didn't I tell you to stay away from her? Beatrice Sama isn't that bad of a person. Yeah, she might be a little shady, but the fact that we can only see her is suspicious enough. That thing isn't human. Who knows what she might be planning? Kanon-kun, I think that's a little rude. There was a touch of sternness in Shannon's voice, which was unusual for her. To Kanon, who knew her well, she must have sounded extremely stern. Kanon looked excessively surprised considering Shannon's tone, and fell silent. It's true that Beatrice Sama is different from humans. She has a terrifying power, so I think it's right for us to fear and respect her. Still, I think it's incredibly rude to despise her just because she isn't human. I understand what you're trying to say, Nason. You've changed ever since she gave you that brooch. It's like you're her prisoner. She brought you and George Selma together, and now you're indebted to her. Don't say things like that. That thing isn't human. We don't know what she's thinking, so you mustn't trust her. We aren't humans either, Nason. Kanon's words grew more serious. Those words probably gouged at Shannon's heart. She bit her lower lip and hung her head. We are furniture. Even if we receive names and are treated as humans, that won't change the manner of our birth. You are no longer furniture. Those words Beatrice had given her, which had made her happiest, floated through Shannon's mind. I am not furniture. No, you are furniture. We are less than human. Nason, you're just pretending to have forgotten, pretending to be human. You know that as well as I do. I am not furniture. I'm human. No, you aren't. We have never possessed what it takes to love or be loved. Kanon's criticism seemed to have shifted away from Shannon's meetings with the witch. Shannon picked up on that quickly. I heard from Milady. Seriously, what were you thinking? I can't believe you would go on a trip with George Selma. You've forgotten your place as furniture. You've just been tempted by that witch, mistakenly believing that you've become human. Listen, Kanon-kun. It's true that we're furniture. Lesser beings, inferior to humans. But if it were possible to make up for what we lack, wouldn't that be the same as becoming human? Such a thing could never happen. No, it could. If we can do that, we won't be furniture anymore. We can become human. Ridiculous. As if you could ever do such a thing. Kanon spat those words out, but did so weakly and turned away. He was probably giving up. After all the suffering he'd undergone during those days he'd lived as furniture, his heart was firmly sealed. You can do it too, Kanon-kun. You can become a normal human. Stop it. That's the witch talking. Yes. Beatrice Selma taught me. By obtaining the single element of this world, we can become human. Or rather, nobody's human if they don't have that. That's why people spend their entire lives trying to gain that single element. I don't understand what you're saying, Nason. I don't want to listen to ranting. Then I'll teach it in a way even you can understand. Look, see what I'm pointing at? Shannon quietly pointed at the sea towards the horizon. Kanon did understand what she meant and couldn't do anything except look between the horizon and Shannon's expression, which seemed to be posing a riddle. The sea. Kanon-kun, what color does the sea look to you? It was an extremely simple question. For a while, Kanon tried to guess at the meaning behind it, but he couldn't think of anything. so he answered obediently. It's a hazy, dark gray color. So what? Objectively speaking, the sea laid out beneath a cloudy sky could probably be described best by Kanon's words. But as Shannon closed her eyes and smiled, she shook her head slightly. It looks deep blue to me. Is that what you mean? Like how Japanese people use the word blue to refer to a green traffic light? Ah, yes. In that situation, the green light is indeed owl. No, the sea is deep blue. If I understand and you don't, then that's the difference between us. Kanon bit his lower lip and was silent for a while. I don't understand. Kanon-kun? Would you stick out your hand? As Kanon was taken aback, unable to understand what she was saying, she took his arm and opened the palm of his hand. Shannon softly set something there. It was the magic brooch, which she had received from Beatrice. A magic charm shaped like a gold butterfly that could bring love to fruition. This is hers? No, this is mine. So think of it as me and treat it with respect, okay? After being spoken to like that, he couldn't just throw it away. Kanon didn't know what he should do, and he stood there confused for a while, the brooch still on the palm of his hand. Shannon put the palm of her hand on top of Kanon's, and the brooch was warmed by both of their hands. This charm holds true magical power. I'm sure it'll teach you an important emotion, Kanon-kun. There's nothing to be learned from that person's magic. You're at work? Hi, Jambola. Good luck with work. No, there is something. So, wear it. If that's embarrassing, I hear it's okay to just hide it in your pocket. Ridiculous. As if I'd let the magic of that person lead me astray. Even if he said that, Kanon couldn't be cold-hearted towards something Shannon was urging him to take. In the end, Kanon took it and reluctantly agreed, saying he'd prove that he wouldn't surrender to the witch's power. Shannon smiled and nodded back. I'm sure you'll be able to learn something important from it. And I'm sure you can become human. And when you do, I'm sure this ocean will look like a beautiful blue to you as well, Kanon-kun. Gray is gray, no matter how many times you look. That's wrong, Kanon-kun. It only looks like that because you have no beep. I'm sorry? I know it's supposed to go in that space, but that just sounds absurd. It's like, what? Heart? Love? Sexual organs? I don't know. Huh? Because of the howling of the wind, he hadn't been able to catch the main point of what she just said. So Shannon said it once more, the single element of the world. She spoke once more of the world where it existed, where the sea was deep blue. I'm sure you'll be able to see a deep blue ocean too. After all, without love, it cannot be seen. Change scene. Oh god, it's Ginzo. He actually left the house. Oh my god. Who is that? It is Kanon, master. It was rare for Kinzo to leave his study. However, the fact that he had didn't mean his noble research had been suspended. He may have left the study because of a change in mood, but that didn't mean the thoughts filling his head were any different from those he had while inside the study. Kanon knew that no matter what the time, speaking to Kinzo when he didn't want to be spoken to would always disturb his research. It's cloudy out there. Will it get worse? Yes, according to the weather report, it could rain at any time. Shall I bring an umbrella? It will not come to that. Leave me alone for a while. If my children ask, say that you do not know where I am. I am busy on a journey through my own thoughts. Certainly. Then if you would excuse me. Before Kanon could finish bowing, Kinzo had already returned to his own world, having forgotten Kanon's presence completely. And once again, he began rambling to himself. Amidst those words, the name of the witch popped up many times. Oh, Beatrice! Oh God, he's at it again! It's been a while since we've heard him go off like this. My hand will not reach your smile. What can I do to revive you? What can I do to make you smile at me once more? What is lacking? My research, my materials, my catalyst. What is this? Fate Grand Order? Fate stay night? Fate go back to your room, you crazy old man? Or is it magical power or luck of an oracle? Oh, Beatrice, what can I do to see your face once more? First of all, her name is Lancer. / Archer. We don't know her class, actually. I guess technically an archer, she throws knives, she throws spoons, As Kanon listened to his master's weeping voice with his back turned, he turned around just once more. When he did, right behind his isolated old master was the shadow of a person who shouldn't have been there. It was the witch. At once, thinking that the witch must be plotting to do Kinzo some harm, Kanon dashed back to Kinzo and tried to form a shield with his body. But when he saw the expression on the witch's face, that emotion of his vanished. After all, Beatrice's expression was sorrowful, or maybe pitying. You fool, Kinzo. Can't you see me, even though I am here? Right behind Kinzo as he repeated the witch's name over and over, desiring to be reunited with her more than anything else, was the witch herself. And yet, Kinzo didn't notice anything. When Beatrice tried to rest her hand on his shoulder, he didn't notice. Why? Why does my hand not reach Beatrice's smile? Is it the age of the moon? The cycle of the comets? The alignment of the planets? What is lacking? What is it? It's useless, Kinzo. Without love, it cannot be seen. Kanon took the brooch he had received from Shannon out of his pocket. By learning something new, would he become able to glimpse something he couldn't see now? Without love, They cannot be seen. He looked at Kinzo's back once more. The witch could no longer be seen there. Well, well, well. So does the witch love him or not? Who knows? Or rather, does Kinzo love her? Because if he loved her, wouldn't he be able to see her? That's like the implication? Ah, yes. It's a cultural festival. Oh, no, wait. Isn't this the airport? I'm not sure. The biggest fall event for the Ushinomiya family was the family conference in October. But to Jessica, there was another major event that came before that. The school cultural festival. Oh, okay, it is the festival. Jessica liked school. To her, it was a place where she could let out the stress she'd built up from the rigid lifestyle she was forced to lead at home. For today's cultural festival, she'd formed a group with her friends and had announced that they'd perform some light music on a temporary stage. She had prepared and practiced for this day over and over, anxiously awaiting this day's arrival. There was one thing that worried her. She looked at the clock. There was still a little time. But she felt uneasy. Would that person really come? After taking a single deep breath, her heart jumped when all her friends suddenly started speaking in shrill voices. What the heck is going on? No way! Hina's boyfriend's so awesome! Isn't he? Isn't he? Ren's boyfriend looks really smart. Is it true that that guy's a glasses beast? What the heck is that? No way, no way. My husband will be a pretty boy. It may not be like this for all girls, but at least at Jessica's school, the cultural festival was basically a boyfriend exhibition. I don't get straight people. Jessica didn't have a boyfriend. She had many friends of the opposite sex, but no special, only one. But Jessica was a little famous around the school, and everyone thought it'd be natural for her to have a fitting partner. Furthermore, her pride had led her to pretend that this was true. She'd somehow managed to keep them fooled until this year. But for various reasons, she hadn't been able to escape this year's cultural festival. Jessie, is your boyfriend here? What? No, looks like he's not here yet. Maybe he's busy with work. So what kind of person is he, Jessie? At least give us a hint. What kind of relationship? What kind of relationship? Awesome. So he's a working man? Will he come in a suit? Of course he'll be wearing glasses, right? Yeah! Hey! He actually doesn't exist, right? If you come clean now, we'll let you join us. Let's cry together through this year's cultural festival. Wow. No. He exists. I told you, he really exists. Jessica's bitter smile was covered with cold sweat. It was starting to seem doubtful whether she really had deceived her sharp-witted friends. Okay. Then how about making a fake boyfriend and taking him with you? A fake? Like those fanfics? Who? I can't think of anyone who'd do that. Shannon's ridiculous plan surprised Jessica into hysterics. It Even so, it was probably more realistic than the crazy methods running through her head about getting a boyfriend in the big rush before the cultural festival. For example, what about Kanan-kun? Kanan-kun? No way. Anyway, I'm sure Kanan-kun has work on the day of the festival, and I don't want to bother him. Of course, I've already checked the schedule. Kanan-kun has that day off. Well, why are you always so clever when it comes to stuff like this? No, wait! It'd be even worse if he's off. I can't pull him away from a precious day off just for my own vanity. If you don't pull Kanan-kun away, he'll always be shut away by himself. So, I think it'd be perfect if you could drag him out of his shell. You think so? No, but I'd feel bad for him. Then I guess you're out of options. How about meekly confessing to everyone that you don't have a boyfriend? True, it may be terribly embarrassing, but you'd only have to endure for the short and yet long time before graduation. To a pair of lovers, there's no sweeter honey than the face of a single person with an inferiority complex. Shannon, you're evil. Shannon! You aren't really worrying for my sake, are you? You're teasing me, right? Jessica wrestled about with Shannon, her eyes teary. But Shannon was unfazed, laughing with her usual smile. Yes, this is to get you back for making fun of me and George-sama all the time. Listening to Shannon's comeback, the likes of which she didn't happen even once a year, Jessica hugged her cushion and rolled around on her bed, pretending to faint in agony. She couldn't stand Shannon's smile, which looked so triumphant. But right now, she was the only person Jessica could talk with. She could choke her to death with her cushion later. Is it really so bad, milady? It's a cultural festival, but it's also a chance for you to have fun with Kanan-kun. No, that may be true, but no. Jessica buried her head in her favorite pillow to hide the fact that her face had grown bright red, and she grumpily chewed the fingernail on her thumb. Don't chew your nails, girl. It really was a reaction to be appreciated. Shannon and Jessica were of about the same age, of the same sex, and friends. And they were both right in the middle of puberty. They could never talk enough about love. Joke's on you. Even outside of puberty, people never stop talking about that shit. That's why they could freely talk about these topics to each other. So, Jessica had heard a lot about how Shannon and George's love was progressing. And Shannon had heard a lot about what type Jessica liked, what kind of man she might be interested in. Judging by Jessica's reaction, it'd probably be rude for us to go into precisely what these things were. However, this story won't get anywhere if we just have Jessica rolling around forever, so let's dive in. Jessica had been thinking about Kanon ever since he'd shown up. It was extremely rare for young men to visit Okinjima, so maybe it was natural for Jessica, a girl in puberty, to develop an interest in Kanon. But if anyone said that, it would destroy the romantic ideals of a maiden's pure heart and love at first sight. Shannon had been with Kanon for a long time at the orphanage, so she'd known him since before they started working. So Jessica had asked persistently about what his hobbies were, what his favorite food was, what type of girl he liked. Even to Shannon, it was clear that Jessica was infatuated with Kanon. Come on! Isn't it a good chance to take Kanon-kun on a date? Kanakun might also have someone he likes, so... Wouldn't he take it badly if I made him go with me just to show off? People who aren't honest with themselves like you are... what was the word I learned from George Sama? That's right, I think it was Sundora. Tsundere. Apparently, they'll be all the rage in a decade or so. Wow, George Nissan sure is incredible, managing to foresee future trends like that. Awesome. No, wait! Are you saying I'm living in the wrong decade? Ah! I give up! It took just several days of wasted efforts, but in the end, Jessica agreed to the plan of having Kanon pretend to be her boyfriend. Yo, Zora! Hello! Welcome in! Yes, milady. Did you call me? Jessica regretted calling out at such a bad time. There's no good time to ask someone to be your fake boyfriend. Kanon always looks sullen, but he had some bad days and some better days. Unfortunately, this reaction was the former. No, well... all that confidence and effort she'd built up practicing in front of a mirror all night was wiped out in about 5 seconds. Jessica turned bright red and hung her head. When he saw that, Kanon sighed. Jessica thought he was exasperated with her, and her face went pale. I heard from Shannon. This is about having me go with you to the school cultural festival, right, milady? Huh? Ah! Nice one, Shannon. I mean, yeah, that's right, but, do you have any plans that day? I was strictly ordered by Shannon to work specially for you on that day, milady. I have never been to high school, so I don't really understand. But I hear it's a place where girls can be shamed if they don't have a boy with them. Damn, Shannon. And I was given special orders to see to it that the daughter of the Ushinomiya family is in no way inferior to the common people. Wow. Shannon, I'll beat you to death later! Jessica kept yelling with a strange voice and a broken smile, like a tea kettle filled with boiling water. As Kanon watched this, he sighed again. Kanon wasn't an idiot either. He fully understood what Jessica intended by inviting him. But to be honest, playing along with Jessica's love game seemed like it'd be nothing more than an annoyance to him. However, Shannon had asked him over and over. He was deeply indebted to her, so he couldn't refuse. And that brooch was in his pocket. Could this strange turn of events have been brought about by the magic residing in this brooch? Ridiculous. But he remembered what Shannon had said to him that day. Could Shannon see something he couldn't? I don't understand Shannon's feelings. We are furniture. As if we could ever become anything more. It was truly an odd exchange between Jessica, who was still rambling on in a strange voice, and Kanon, who sighed deeply. Jesse! Someone's here! Did you hear? Huh? Sorry. Who is it? As my friends all gathered together, they were looking this way with hard-to-describe expressions, whispering to each other in small voices that weren't small anymore. My attempt to play dumb felt pretty transparent, even to me. Did I really just say, sorry, who is it? Like I don't know who just showed up? It's useless. It's useless. My mind's going blank. Nice outfit, Kanon! Holy shit! What do you mean she's into little kids? What's wrong with you people? What's wrong with you people? Hey! Aren't you late? I didn't know where the entrance was. I must apologize for my tardiness. Alright, that outfit looks really good on you. Shannon said normal clothes wouldn't do, so we went and bought this the other day. Does it look strange on me? No, no, that's not true, Shannon. When I get back, I'll promote you 2 levels. Feels like everyone here is a girl. It's uncomfortable. Yeah, isn't it? Come on, let's not hang around here. Let's go to the stage, okay? Because it'll be up pretty soon. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Jessica seemed just as uncomfortable. It looked like being bathed in everyone's uninterested gazes was hard on her. When he saw Jessica's appearance, Kanan thought he might have made things difficult for her by coming. I get the feeling I'm getting in the way. Am I being a burden? I told you, no way! Please tell me at any time if I start getting in the way. Ah, no way! He calls himself Boku! Yes! A fellow lover of the Boku pronoun. I see you, random friend. There's no way you get in the way, Kanan-kun! Ah! She calls her boyfriend Kun! What the? Milady, oh dear God. What would you like me to do, milady? No way! She makes him call her milady like a butler, oh my God! No! You can't call me milady today! Is that so? As you wish, Jessica-sama. Ah! She's trained him to call her sama! So sorry, Kana-kun. Could you close your eyes for just 3 seconds? Yeah! Kiss a kiss! She's gonna kiss him! As you wish. She's gonna beat the shit out of her friends. Yep. Was that a lion or thunder? By the time Kanan opened his eyes, a horrible tragedy had occurred in the room. Everyone had been driven into the walls, their arms and legs outstretched. Jessica had slipped her brass knuckles back into her pocket before Kanan's eyes opened. Anyway, let's go over to the stage. Our turn's coming up soon, so take a seat and wait for a bit. Because we're gonna get ready. Go straight to the end here and you'll see a temporary stage. You'll know where to go. Please wait there. She pushed Kanan-kun's back as he seemed to be having trouble moving himself and chased him out. Even though Kanan was confused by Jessica's attitude and her panicky state, which he'd never seen before, he followed her instructions and headed in the direction she had indicated. After seeing him off with a smile, Jessica slammed the door shut and yelled loudly, "There you go, you saw, right? You saw that, are you happy now? Sucks for you! using one of her servants, right? Jesse's boyfriend's incredible. Shut up! Come on, let's get ready. When Jessica took the brass knuckles out of her pocket again, everyone energetically returned to their tasks. Yay! Nothing like threatening people in friendship, right? Oh my god. Not the striped socks. And the matching shirt and arm warmers. Oh my god. Kanan went down the corridor Jessica had shown him and ran into a temporary stage set up. Set up? Set up! Where the vending machine should have been. It was probably being rented by the hour by some group or club. The ones singing were student groups, but the crowd was still incredible. Disliking the clatter, he leaned against a wall in the darkness by himself. He's so cool! So this is what they call high school. It sure is noisy. That's what Kanan thought. Then he remembered Jessica just now, acting in a way that he'd never seen before. Honestly, she was in such high spirits that alcohol might have been involved. Wow! Kanan, please. To him, remaining composed and intellectual at all times was the highest virtue. In that sense, it was very hard for Kanan to get used to the atmosphere of a school cultural festival. He had a responsibility to report everything he saw and heard to the master. So he had also had to report about how Jessica had acted without restraint earlier. At the very least, it was not fitting for the daughter of the Ushiromiya head family. The master, Kraus-sama, and especially Natsuhi-sama, will probably be angry. If I am to report it in a way that protects Milady, should I blame it on inappropriate school friends? What was all that? So stupid. Kanan thought back on how Jessica had acted earlier and sighed again. He could understand Natsuhi's headache a little now. Come to think of it, Natsuhi-sama, as the president of the PTA, was supposed to go to an informal gathering after attending the ceremony in the gymnasium. She said she wouldn't be able to see Milady's performance, didn't she? That's probably for the best. Crowds certainly are unpleasant. What in the world is going on? Several female students keep glancing at me. It seems they're all whispering the same things Milady's school friends said, and it's truly unpleasant. Come to think of it, didn't Shannon warn me? If you walk alone at something like a school festival, you'd better watch out, because lots of strange people will come and talk to you. Excuse me, are you by yourself? Just as expected, a group of girls I'd never met started talking to me. Their stares started to make my back tingle. Didn't she tell me some magic words that could chase them off in times like this? Sorry. I'm with someone. Oh, really? I'm sorry. It worked. Instant reaction. Well, that got rid of them. But it really hasn't changed the number of people staring at me. No, it's that kid? That's Jessica's boyfriend? No way, it's that kid? I can't believe it. I was sure he was fake. Isn't he cute? So he's younger? Lucky Jesse. Kanon's side for about the zillionth time that day. When he did, the lighting changed, and the standing audience started cheering. He looked around and realized that there was suddenly a large group of people there. And unlike earlier, they were mostly guys. With this huge crowd, he couldn't even see the stage. Fortunately, there was a fallen beer case nearby, so he tried using that as a footstool. Oh no! This poor boy. When he did, he realized there was now a new group on the stage. Their leader is Milady. She changed into stage clothes, and she's even holding a guitar. Jessica, you're so cool! I didn't know she could play. Then again, maybe she can play. I've seen her practicing air guitar before. Natsuhi-sama wouldn't approve of any hobbies outside of study. Maybe was always practicing in secret. Come to think of it, she's been returning really late from school recently, hasn't she? Maybe she's been practicing at school, far away from Natsuhi-sama's prying eyes. It really is for the best that Natsuhi-sama didn't come. If Milady were to get scolded by Natsuhi after putting so many hours of practice, she'd probably be dejected. Jessie-sama! Everyone! Thanks for gathering here today! I could hear Jessica-sama's forceful voice through the speakers. Jessie-sama? Maybe that's her nickname at school. The students in the audience kept calling out that name. I'm a little offended by that crude name. It's inappropriate for Milady. Jessica-sama was in high spirits as they kept shouting, Jessie-sama! Everyone here was probably a fan. Her mic performance picked up on that and electrified them even more. It was almost like a music program on TV. At first, he thought this was all silly, but that feeling had changed into appreciation. It was incredible in its own way. Kanon never listened to music of his own free will, but he'd often heard the kinds of music the Ushiromiya family liked. Since it was almost all classical, Kanon had naturally taken a liking to that kind of music. So to Kanon, the song Jessica sang was... how should you say it? Extremely colorful. In any case, if Natsuhi-sama heard it, she'd probably faint. Oh no! The horrors of pop music! The horrors of rock music! The dastardly evil of punk music! What the heck is this? Oh my god, the game crashed! No way! They couldn't handle Jessica in a frilly outfit. My god, hold on. That's incredible. Amazing. God, I hope it auto-saved recently. Hello? I guess that's the wrong... Hold on. Take 3. Usually when you click chapter 2, it gives you the load option, but it just started up. Or maybe I'm crazy. Ah, there we go. That's right. Oh no! It saved absolutely nothing. No way! Alright, speed run. It's the good thing about no voice acting. I could just hit fast forward. Fuck! Come on. System? Darn it, fine. Ugh! Frantic button clicking, frantic button clicking, frantic button clicking, click, 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 click. God. 2 hours of progress, just poof. I have never seen a visual novel crash. That is insane. Come on, come on, come on. Scene 1 almost done. Scene 1. Come on. Oh my goodness. Ah, fuck Sakun. They're terrible. They're weird. Dun 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 dun. Cool. Okay, that's one scene. I'm gonna save every time we finish a scene now because I am terrified. Yes, hi, Beatrice. Hello, hello. Do you have a magic that stops games from crashing? Thank you. God. You just... When you have to speed through the content, you realize how much you actually do get through in 2 hours with a visual novel. Come on. Yes, that's great. That's great. That's great. That's good. Yay, cookies. Yay, cookies. Yay, cookies. Yay, cookies. I would love cookies right now. Let's go! Onwards, onwards, underlay, underlay, underlay. Alright, we're already at Kinzo having no magical talent. Progress. Dun 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 dun. Boop 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 boop. Oh, yes, the most magical gold bar. Oh, ad break's gonna be starting in 55 seconds, which I guess is a good thing. Any of y'all who aren't subscribed won't have to see me clicking through all of this during the break, so that's good. For everyone else who is subscribed, thank you so much for your patience. Good grief, good grief, good grief. Ah, yes, break the mirror, break the mirror, break the mirror. Hi, Tsumaki! If you're wondering why I'm, like, speeding through right now, the game crashed, and so I have to go back through stuff we already read because I didn't save, so here we are. Have I fixed my steering stick? Yes. My tail moves. Fortunately. It is no longer, stuck. Yeah. Alright. Save again, since we got through most of the scene. The freaking breaking glass sound kills me still. Rest in peace, Kano nearly took that to the forehead. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Okay, bye! Bye, Beatrice. And now the siblings, not siblings, have a really awkward conversation. Prisoner, blah, 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 blah. We just furniture! How dare you! We're furniture! Furniture! Hi, Ranger! The game crashed, so I'm going through the old stuff we've already read to get back to it. Maybe lay off the tea? Wow. Why is Frosty so nasty lately? It crashed? It did! I have never seen a visual novel crash. It was crazy. It's not like these games take a lot of, processing power to run. You're gonna beat up the bot? Understandable. Alright, come on. So how are we doing other than the crash? Other than the crash, going well. Story's been really kind of like teen comedy, which is funny because, you know, last week when we were playing this game, people were dying every hour, but like now we're just like, oh my god, teen drama. Gotta get a boyfriend for the school festival. This dude is taking so much emotional damage. Alright, come on. No one really cares about kids all that much. Back to fishing. At least you guys get fish while I am, like, frantically clicking through this. Oh, it cuts it off. Hold on. We can fix that. There we go. All right. I live the fishing, love the fishing. Okay, there we go. We're basically back. Almost. Not quite, but almost. Dun, dun. Hi, Ein! Excuse me as I'm clicking through, just trying to catch up to where we were because I'm shocked. The game actually crashed. So I had to click back through a few scenes to get back to where we were. Speed clicking through 2 hours of content takes like 20 minutes. What a contrast. Yeah, I have never seen a visual novel crash, but I saw the wheel start spinning as like Jessica takes the stage and then poof. Okay, girls, calm down. Deep breaths. Is there text skip? I mean, you just have to click fast. It's fine. We're already back there. Da, 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 dun, da, da, da. I mean, I did check the options, but like there doesn't really seem to be text skip as there is in more modern visual novels. Or like a fast forward kind of thing. Da, 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 da. Yes, yes, yes. We will bring Kanon to the school festival. And he will be super freaking cute. Shannon went and got him, what's the word I'm looking for? Got him a really nice outfit. Looked great. The duster coat, yes! That's such a look. All the sound effects. Dun 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 dun. Here we go. Almost there. Almost there. Now we just need to get through Jessica threatening everyone for being a pain in the ass about her boyfriend. Look at this boy! Such a look. Military / band fashion, always in style, always good. Dun 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 dun. The friends are absolutely insane. No, the beret's integral to the look. With that kind of an outfit, you need an accessory. Otherwise, the jacket's gonna be wearing you instead of you wearing the jacket. If you're going to be wearing something that makes that much of a statement, you gotta go the whole 9 yards. Otherwise, like, it's wasted. Otherwise, it's not gonna have the same effect. Other than the beret, he could have worn a bucket hat, and that would have also worked. A baseball cap would have made him look kind of more, like, sporty punk. But the beret's still fine. But he would have needed to wear something other... Like, if he didn't wear a hat, he would have had to have done something with his hair. Shows what you know about fashion. Reminds me of, because Iduna, her partner, and I are going to Ado's concert in just a little over a month. And her partner is planning to do like more of like a punk, like street fashion / punk outfit. And I'm like, I have never seen this guy in anything that I wouldn't call preppy. This is gonna be interesting. So I mean, I'm into old fashion. That's why. So that's how I know this stuff. But you know, it's like, it's the same with Lolita. If you just wear Lolita, like the Lolita dresses, without like going the full like 9 yards for the full regalia, as they call it, it doesn't look the same. Like, have you ever seen a Lolita dress without the petticoat under it? Like, it's still a cute dress, but like, there's no impact. Gotta bring it all together. Correct. Like, you don't have to go super overboard like some people do, but like, you know, like, those dresses were made to be like flared out in full. So if you just leave them on, so if you leave them flat without the petticoat, you can barely see the print on them and like stuff like that. So it's like, you gotta, like, you don't need to go the full 9 yards and like do like crazy stuff with your hair if you have to, but at least like put your hair up nicely in the dress. Like, wear some nice dress shoes, that kind of stuff. Time to go over to the stage. Okay. This is basically where we left off. You saw him, right? Get out of here, people. But yes, it will be a fun trip. I will try and remember to take some photos. I've never been much of like a trip photographer type person. I end up just like liking to experience everything in the moment rather than thinking of like, oh, I should take a photo of this kind of thing. See what you mean? Just ends up looking like a fancy evening dress. And I mean, it's still a nice dress, but like it doesn't have the impact, you know? So back to Canon, it's like, yeah, he could have just worn the duster jacket without the beret, but like the beret really adds an extra dimension to the outfit. Alright, we're almost there. Let's see if hopefully the game doesn't crash the second that Jessica shows up looking like in a witch's outfit or something. I barely had enough time to process what the image was before the game crashed. Dun, 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 dun. If you walk alone, someone's gonna come and hit on you. Are you by yourself? Yeah, yep. I'm worried it'll be a textual audio missing error. Don't jinx that! Instant reaction. Because, I mean, I downloaded this straight off Steam, so there shouldn't be an issue unless, like, unless the game installed incorrectly, so. Alright, large group of people, mostly guys, and then Jessica-sama! Or Jessie-sama, rather. Da-da-da-da-da. Was even holding a guitar. I didn't know she could play. Then again, maybe she can play. Dun 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 dun. I don't think of it. She's been returning late, hasn't she? Practicing at school, huh? Bad. Alright. We're almost there. Time to start praying to all the gods in the sky that there's no issue. Oh! Yeah, that's Matata. Nice. I love Matata. It was almost all classical. Kanon had naturally taken a liking to that kind of music, so to Kanon, the song Jessica sang was... how should you say it? Extremely colorful. In any case, if Natsuhi-sama heard it, she'd probably faint. Hey, there it is! No, not the pigeon! otaku music. I was expecting punk. But it looked like so much fun. Jessie-sama! Petan! I was right, it is a Toho song. I was like, when I saw the costume, I'm like, isn't that Toho? Yeah, as soon as they said Marisa, I'm like, yeah, that's Toho. I must not go along with it, but it's literally a song from it? I think so, yeah. Because technically all the songs from Toho are fan-made, so all you would need to do is ask permission to use it. At any rate, Milady is full of life and looks like she's having a great time. Save since we got past the point where the game exploded. Could this be Ushinomiya Jessica's true nature? Excuse me. Don't I know better than anyone that during her life on Okenjima, she's had no choice but to kill her sense of self? So the time she spends not as Milady, successor to the Ushinomiya family, but as a single girl called Jessica, living life to the fullest, must be very important to her. I've worked close to Milady, seen her in all seasons, and thought I knew everything about her. But I was all limited to one side of her, the Milady of Rokenjima. We are furniture. We serve on Rokenjima and end our lives on Rokenjima. So I've come to think of Rokenjima itself as our whole world. As though, like in the Ptolemaic theory, the ocean spilled off the end of the world into an abyss. Ah yes, the world is flat. But when I look at Milady like this, I can see how horribly narrow that outlook is. I still can't go along with the excitement of the crowd. But I feel like I can see something that cannot be seen on a Rokenjima. I'm not sure if this is the unseeable thing Shannon was talking about. But the ocean still doesn't look blue to me. Was it the cultural festival at Jessica's school today? How is the principal doing? He seemed to be in good health, Toscanu. I'm glad you guys liked me chirping along with the seagulls. That's right. Diet member Takamiya was also there. There was a frickin' member of the Diet at the school festival? He said to give you his regards. Busy as usual. It appeared so. That person is also very energetic. Oh, and I believe President Imoto also made an appearance. That is some crazy school festival. For all these important people to show up, I guess it's because, Jessica's from the Ushinomiya family. Naturally, the topic of Jessica's cultural festival came up at dinner. School events often became social gatherings for local volunteers. It was the same for the Ushinomiya family, who were celebrities around here. Natsuki remembered the name of one VIP after another at the social gathering, telling Kraus the news about them. Jessica didn't really have an interest in that discussion and really slurped her pumpkin soup. Milady, perhaps you ought to take more care with your manners. Yeah, sorry about that. Jessica, how many times must I tell you to watch your language? Yes, ma'am. Jessica answered, discouraged. When he saw that, Kraus smiled a little and paused his conversation with Natsuki. Pumpkin soup! Pocket Mirror mentioned. I guess it is October. It is the season. How was the festival for you, Jessica? Huh? Well, it was okay. I was watching. You did an excellent job. Huh? Well, Jessica's face turned bright red. She probably hadn't imagined that Natsuki would actually come to see her on stage. She felt a mix of happiness and embarrassment. Actually, she hadn't really wanted her mother to watch since she didn't want to be told that her music was inappropriate for the Ushinomiya family. Emerges from the depths of 4 tours and... Oh, hello! Welcome back, Iduna. But it certainly didn't make her unhappy to hear her parents say she's done a good job after watching her try her best. Jessica acted with both composure and dignity. Fitting behavior for the student's representative. Oh! Yeah. The smile that had been there until a second ago crumbled like sand. Jessica immediately realized that her mom was talking about something different. Jessica was also the school's student president. She had no interest in doing something so annoying, but her parents had been pushy, so she grudgingly accepted. Unfortunately, she was popular at the school, so she won the election easily. So Natsuki was praising her for the student council sponsorship ceremony at the beginning of the cultural festival. Actually, she had just carried that out half-heartedly. After that, she immediately met up with her friends and held a stage rehearsal for the rest of the time. That experience of standing above people and bearing responsibility will surely prove useful in the future. I'm sure it will help Jessica mature as a member of the Ushinomiya family. Brutal, right? Jesus. But you rushed a little while giving the grading. You get a pass on content, but the fast pace of your speech lessened the impact. It might help if you developed a habit of pausing every once in a while. Yeah. After she finished eating, Jessica didn't feel like going straight to her room. Her room was basically the place her parents ordered her to be. So perhaps for Jessica, instead of returning to her own room, being in an unknown location in this large mansion was a meager form of resistance. Jessica felt that even being in the mansion made it hard to breathe, so she went outside to the rose garden. Well, even if she did show up, I'm sure she would have said something about how it wasn't appropriate for a successor of the Ushinomiya family. So, isn't it better this way? Jessica laughed at what she was sulking over. She laughed at what kind of words she could possibly have been expecting. That was dumb of me. In the end, I was just acting like an entitled brat. I'm a little exasperated with myself, and it makes me want to laugh. Milady? What? Kanan-kun! Don't scare me like that! Just as she was about to force a laugh, Kanan suddenly started talking to her, and she choked. What's up? Got something to say? Yes? Jessica's expression became the one she always wore when looking at Kanon. The listless Jessica from a second ago was gone. If he had only known Jessica as the eventual successor to the Ushinomiya family, as he had until yesterday, he might have mistakenly thought that Jessica's mood had sprung back to normal. But that wasn't right. He now knew a part of her that he couldn't have seen until yesterday. So he understood that there was no way Jessica actually felt the way she appeared. Oh, about today's cultural festival, well, thanks for coming with me so I could show off. You saved my butt out there. That song, you were really good. Huh? Ah! Really? You're embarrassing me. Even though she had heard the words she most wanted to hear, Jessica acted shyly and couldn't accept them openly. I cannot sing, and I don't know how to play any instruments other than the harmonica and the recorder, which I learned in elementary school. So I simply assumed you were the same, milady. At the time, Kanon had never felt as though he'd been looking down on Jessica in this way. But all the people he'd seen playing special instruments were on the other side of the bronze tubes in the TV. Now that is an expression. At the very least, he'd been under the impression that it'd be impossible for Jessica. It's weird that she's like a noble lady and she doesn't know how to play the piano. Like, there's no piano in this house. I am furniture, so I didn't believe there was any need to sing or play instruments. But I'm not sure anymore. Seriously, Kanon-kun, enough with that I am furniture business. That's like a proper attitude you servers are supposed to have, right? Servers are supposed to be like living furniture. Genji-san says it a lot. It isn't just a proper attitude, because we really are furniture. I know the kids from the Fukuin house receive assistance from grandfather in various ways. I realize how grateful you are for that. But it's a bit cruel for you to have to call yourselves furniture just because of that. We're all human, aren't we? Ayo Kanon couldn't pick up an instrument? What do you think he would play? Like, if we're going with classic light music, like band instruments, I feel like he'd go with the bass. The bass is kind of in the background, right? They usually say bass players don't like to be in the spotlight. Rhythm guitar would also be a good one. Kanon-kun, when you saw me singing, what did you think? I mean, violin would also be very much a good look for him, but, violins are a little more expensive and high class, but at least Jessica could teach him rhythm guitar, and she probably knows a little bass. Your toy joint snapped? I'm sorry? You mean your toe cracked, or do you mean you actually broke your foot? I was thinking clarinet. I mean, I guess I could see that. I mean, technically, if you can play the recorder, you technically can already play the clarinet. I learned the clarinet in, like, elementary school. It looked like you were having a lot of fun. I don't think that's true. Huh? You didn't just think it looked fun. You were envious, weren't you? That's not... Kanon probably hadn't noticed that emotion himself. Most likely, Kanon saw something he'd never seen before. Learned about it for the first time felt envious. I think something dislocated in your left index toe. Time to play football. Oh my god. Okay, well, if it starts swelling and there's bruising, then yes, you injured something. Otherwise you're fine. If it starts swelling and it's bruising, put some cotton between your big toe and your second toe and use some medical tape and wrap them together. And then go to the doctor to be absolutely sure it's not broken. Because, I mean, they can't really do anything if you actually broke your toe. But if it's dislocated, you want them to put that back in place. Otherwise, your toe is going to be permanently crooked. I am assuming if he thinks he dislocated it, he would have had to, at the very least, stub it. And I mean, if it's actually, even if it's only sprained, the bruising will show up within the hour. So he'll know very quickly one way or the other. Because, I mean, I severely bruised my toe quite badly once. Like my nail didn't fall off, but everyone was surprised the nail didn't fall off because most of it was, like, blue. And, like, I could still, like, mostly walk on it and stuff, but, like, it hurt for 4 days and, like, all that stuff. And then just, yeah, there's literally nothing you can do except tape it together for support. Like, if it's broken or sprained, if it's dislocated, like, it's literally out of the socket, then, like, it needs to be put back in place before you bind it. Otherwise, it's gonna heal wrong. But, like, yeah, even if it's just severely bruised, it's gonna be apparent very quickly. I dropped a heavy plate on your toe only. Ooh, yeah. I mean, growing back toenails is apparently much more difficult than growing back, like, your fingernails. Because toenails grow so much more slowly than fingernails. Like, it took 6 months for, like, the bruise to leave when I, like, stubbed my toe. I know I'm a successor to the Ushinomiya family or whatever, and well, I'm sure there'll be a lot of annoying stuff to do from now on. As far as that goes, I can't do anything but give up, since I was born under an unlucky star. Probably, just like you had to live at the Fukuin house. I don't have a choice either. Just a notable crease on the nail? Oh yeah, that's perfectly normal then. What is it? You might have damaged the nail matrix, and, like, I guess eventually that should heal itself out, but, like, yeah, your toes take much longer to heal. That may be true, but there's one place where you and I are completely different. Know what that is? I am furniture, and Milady is not. He was about to say that, but stopped. I do not know. Kanon-kun, you decided that your fate determines everything about you, and you gave up. But I can't accept this kind of fate, so I do the best I can. So, while there's still the rigid and cornered me that's gotta stay as the daughter of the Ushinomiya family, I've created another me that can do what I like to the fullest. Another you. Yeah, Kanon-kun, You've been instructed to say because I am furniture. I'm sure you've gone through a lot of tough times just because of that. I think that's really unfortunate. But the idea that your entire life has been decided by that alone just seems sad to me. You know, it's always possible for people to create another self inside them, a self they can truly grow to like. I'm not talking about escaping from reality, okay? When I'm that other self, I can really feel like I'm living a great life. So no matter how constrained and boring everyday life gets to be, I can always live on without suffocating. To make another self inside yourself that you can truly grow to like. To make another me. One that isn't furniture. Through her relationship with George Summer, has Shannon given birth to another self that isn't furniture? And did this other Shannon see something that cannot be seen by furniture? That's right. Well, I don't know anything about your private life, Kanon-kun, but I can sort of guess. Your private life probably doesn't exist at all. Am I right? Kanon couldn't reply, but that answer was enough. He had no concept of a private life. So Kanon would always be Kanon. So furniture would always be furniture. Ah! Give us some warning before you say that stuff, Tsubaki. Make sure you ice it then, so it doesn't swell up. Jessica? Yeah, she's gorgeous. Kanon-kun. Kanon isn't your real name, right? In the fruit greenhouse, new graduates would be given new families and a new life, so they were also given a new name. In his case, that was Kanon. Hello, Jakon! We're doing well. I hope you're doing good also. Certainly, this name of mine may be a temporary thing. Before he had thought himself as Kanon, and no one else. But he remembered. There definitely had been another self that wasn't Kanon. But that was far, far away, beyond the distant fog of oblivion. So even for you, it should be okay to have times when you're Kanon-kun, and times when you aren't. Replaying the Xenoblade trilogy, very nice. Maybe when you act as a servant, that Kanon-kun calls himself furniture and strictly limits his own will. But when you aren't Kanon-kun, I think it's okay to live much, much more freely. Those words definitely weren't just lip service. Jessica had also been like this in the past. She had cursed her own birth into an environment different from all her friends at school. Only she had been in a heavily constricted environment. Forced to learn all sorts of things. And she had been told whom she was and wasn't allowed to play with. It may have been sad, but she'd given up, resigning herself to the fact that she'd been born under that kind of star. But one day, Jessica stopped giving up and surrendering. Stuff like Ushinomiya family customs and pressure didn't matter. She created a real Jessica inside herself. One who could do what she really wanted to do. You know, I go by the nickname Jessie at school. When I'm Jessie, I live life honestly and to the fullest. And because of that, I can do my best when I'm Jessica too. Would it really be so bad if you could also have times when you're Kanon and times when you're, your real name? When you aren't Kanon, can't you try becoming another self that you can like? A time when I am not Kanon. He'd once thought of his real name as being completely meaningless. Because of that, he'd thought that Kanon summed up everything about him. And now, Jessica was telling him to create something new. Another self that wasn't Kanon. Kanon-kun, if you don't mind, tell me, what's your real name? He was silent for quite some time. Maybe Kanon's real name had arisen to the tip of his tongue. After hesitating for a long time over whether he should say it, in the end, he swallowed it back down. I forgot. My name doesn't matter anymore. Those words contained a faint rejection, no matter what kind of real name I had. The only truth now is that here, I am Kanon. The past has nothing to do with anything. The materials with which furniture is made, be it a trunk of a tree or otherwise, are meaningless in the end. I told you to stop that! You aren't furniture, you're human, right? I am not human! Kanon clearly voiced his refusal. It was with a rage that he normally didn't show. Jessica couldn't say anything back and was struck silent. You are human, milady. So you are free to live any way you please. And any kind of future is possible for you. It's almost like you have wings and can dance through the sky like a bird. But I am not like that. Even if I looked like a bird, I'd be nothing more than a domestic duck. Even though they have wings, they cannot fly. To speak to me of that dream in the sky despite that, it's just too cruel. Furniture and ducks. What the hell is all this? No. Jessica had unconsciously gone along with Kanon's forceful manner of speaking, but she realized that she shouldn't fire back and swallowed her words. I don't know anything about you. I don't even know your upbringing, and I don't know the hardships you've been through. So I can't even imagine why you started calling yourself furniture. But know this, you aren't furniture or a duck. You're a real human. If you want to say Kanon-kun's furniture when he's working as a servant, that's fine. But in that case, don't you think you can create a self for when you aren't furniture? For when you're human? Only a human like Milady can embrace that possibility. I am not like that. I have no future, no possibilities, no dream that I am allowed to see. So, Milady, please don't say any more cruel things. Why? Why do you say stuff like that? Because it seems you mistakenly think I'm a human, the same as you, milady. We are different sorts of beings. I just wanted to make that clear. I heard from Shannon something about milady liking me. Oh, hell no. Don't shatter her heart like this, bro. No! No! I look almost identical to a human. So, like Shannon, I could possibly delude myself into thinking I'm a human and pretend to love for a time. But then, I would surely be fooling myself. No, I would be fooling you too, milady. Shannon and George Summer will definitely fall apart. Even though Shannon herself probably realizes that day will come, she's taking part in such a stupid... There's nothing stupid about it! Sure, George Nissan's a wonderful person, and he's gonna match up to his parents' expectations. I'm sure when it comes to marriage, it interfere in various ways. I think their future prospects look like they'll be full of trouble, okay? But you know what? George Nissan isn't the kind of guy who'll surrender to that shit. Shannon's no Juliet, and he'll definitely bring her happiness. People cannot engage in romance with furniture. What I'm trying to say is that even if you can love furniture, I cannot love you, milady. Those words of Kanon's crushed all of Jessica's bittersweet feelings from that day. There was no way her emotions could have predicted that she'd be refused so bluntly. In an instant, she lost the willpower that had led her to try and unravel something stubborn in Kanon's heart. And before she knew it, she was just standing there in shock. Milady, if your feelings for me were due to my conceit, then I must ask that you forgive me. No. Well, I won't deny that. Thank you very much. Huh? Thank you very much for thinking of me as a human. Those feelings alone really do make me happy. Anything more would be too cruel for me, so... No, I've said enough. Sorry about that. Jessica recklessly scratched at her head and spoke, trying to force her voice to sound bright. I just kinda ran on ahead of myself and was a burden on you. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for causing so much trouble on your precious day off. No, I was also happy that I could see you having fun. Then, let's call it a night. If I don't go back to my room and turn off the lights, Mom will get mad at me. That's probably for the best. I wish you a good night, milady. Yeah, good night. Kanan saw Jessica trot away with her back to him, looking disheartened. But then, she suddenly broke into a reckless dash and disappeared in the direction of the mansion as he watched her back for just an instant. Kanan was tormented by the feeling that he just made a huge mistake. But he hadn't made a mistake at all. He'd been forced to refuse her now for her sake, while the pain was still at its smallest. Nice going, making a woman cry like that. I didn't expect you to refuse her that strongly. If you'd given a normal answer, another pair of lovers would have been born thanks to my magic. How long have you been there? What a horrible person. When he turned around, the witch was suddenly there. It looked like she'd been there the whole time, watching the two of them, as though enjoying a play. I shall forgive you for your insults just this once, in deference to that amusing little show. Even after 1,000 years, no more interesting shows exist than complications between boys and girls. To me, it's a pleasure that's better and more addictive than opium. Kanan pulled the butterfly brooch out of his pocket. It was the manifestation of the great magic the witch had bestowed. Without hesitation, Canon slammed it against the ground and stomped on it. Oh, what is the meaning of this? You know that was given by me. Just now I figured it out. What you're doing isn't as tasteful as being a cupid of love. You're just a demon who enjoys showing love to those who can never be together, deceiving them. You are free to think that. Most humans I lend my power to say the same thing. Don't play dumb! You didn't lend Shannon your power because you felt sorry for her. You found a weak point in Shannon's heart as her chest burned with love, and you made her break the mirror that sealed you. What's more, you guessed how this would all end, and now you're toying with her. Am I wrong? Furniture has a thoroughly pitiful existence. So you have no dreams, no future, and even no love? Good, good. There is nothing better than knowing your place. As you noticed, there was a faint love residing in Jessica's heart. You seem to think you've snipped it in the bud. But did you know? Trees grow thicker branches if you thin out and prune them. A girl who loves furniture, is it? Amusing? How truly amusing. Shannon and George will eventually reach a stalemate with their unfulfillable love, ripening into the sort of large fruit I love. Regretfully, it seems to be going so smoothly for those two that it's hardly entertaining anymore. But on the plus side, it seems the two of you will amuse me to no end. The witch laughed, even though she had known the two could never be together. She had let the magic to bring them together. However, they couldn't escape the fate that prevented them from ever being truly joined. The witch knew that. Even if they were joined, Shannon and George, Canon and Jessica would eventually break up. They would wander through an endless desert in this love, tormented by an eternal thirst. What? Did you think I'd lend you my power and ask for nothing in exchange? I'll gladly assist a pair in love. And in exchange, I'll enjoy watching the cruel fate they will eventually meet. I have never come across a better show, not over the course of 1,000 years. Just look at Kinzo, see how he ended up, an old, pitiful man who learned the taste of love after being thrown out of paradise. Look at how he lives, like a dead man that cannot fully die. Truly are a witch. Disappear! Get out of my sight, demon! Oh, I would love to disappear even without your prompting. My power still hasn't returned. It is still tiring to continue showing myself. I overdid it when I gave you lovers my power. As I am now, it will not be easy to maintain that power without that brooch as a catalyst. Canon ground his foot even more into the stomped brooch. He felt it break under his foot. Then, it evaporated like water and changed into butterflies that sparkled gold, fluttering out from beneath Canon's foot. Maintaining this form is quite painful for me as well. I will hide myself for a time, just as you desire. My magical power will rise as surely as the moon and the tides. And eventually, a fitting time will come for my revival. I know not in the slightest whether that will be tomorrow, next year, even 100 or 1,000 years in the future. But as long as there are those who entertain me, I will surely gain power and revive. I will disappear for a short while until that time comes. The bruise on the palm of your hand is already gone. So if you wish tomorrow morning, you can let my existence vanish like an illusion or a dream. After all, nothing saddens me more than being forgotten. However, I will surely be revived. Be on your guard so that you will not regret that day's coming when it arrives. I will surely have my second coming and rule over everything as this island's true master. That is the time when the door to the Golden Land will be opened again. The greedy dead will surely wake me. You talk too much. Disappear now, Golden Witch! Her crash out will be legendary, right? God. I love when the characters start going insane. It's so fun to voice act those moments. The witch became a cloud of butterflies and scattered away, leaving behind a scornful laugh. The whole area sparkled like a gold blizzard in a snow globe. It was a fleeting, fantastical scene that disappeared in a heartbeat. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. The witch could no longer be seen. However, Conan felt like he could still hear that shrill, unpleasant laugh. Nice break music. Okay, I am gonna be right back during the ad break. I should get myself some water after all of that cackling. So I will be right back. Hold on tight. Alrighty, boys and girls and non-binary bells, here I am. Hello! I found some leftover of, like, you know, my honey, lemon, ginger concoction in the back of the fridge. So I poured it into a mug, added some water. Ooh, that is a really strong taste. Good thing honey doesn't technically go bad, right? Hi, Pep. Hello. It's not dinner time yet. When cats are on diets, they're like, "Eat dinner now?" No. 2 hours. You've returned from your breakfast? Welcome back! I think it does in that it thickens, true. But that's only if contaminants get in the honey, technically. Like honey on its own, inert, doesn't really go bad. It's the same way technically miso won't go bad because the salt content is so high. In honey, it's the sugar that acts as the preservative. Alright, I need to try and get my Beatrice voice back. Hi everyone, what's happened while I was gone? Beatrice... Kanon rejected Jessica brutally. And Beatrice is like, "Wow, you guys are hilarious. I love seeing humans fight." And then she had like a huge cackling session. She's like, "Alright. Bye, bitches." And I guess now she's here having she's having a laugh to herself. How amusing. How truly amusing. Why is the human world still so amusing after all the years I've been away? Go mad with love. Go mad with gold. Those who don't go mad from one of the two are not human. Was it a valid crash out at least? Oh man, I mean, I don't know. Kanon can't go. Jessica was like, you know, like you don't have to treat yourself like furniture when you're not working as a servant. You can be another Kanon. And he's like, "No, I am furniture. I was born furniture. I am just a dresser. You're just a crazy bitch in love with a dresser." And it's like, somebody get this child therapy, please. I see, that's why the word furniture is so fitting. Furniture was created to serve humans. And I cruelly treat humans as playthings to sate my 1,000 years of boredom. What a truly amusing three-way deadlock that I cannot control furniture. You fool, what a truly entertaining scheme you've worked out. Furniture, you fools, just try and see if you can fell me. Tonight, 2 seeds of love have been sown, including the one already sown. That makes 3. Beatrice, why did you leave me alone in this painful world? Speaking of crashing out, this guy has been crashing for like 40 years and has never stopped. I hate you. I will hate you for all eternity for not even trying to answer despite being yearned for so. Master, drinking any more will be damaging to your health. Let's, oh god, what is it that he drinks? Absinthe, that's it. Let's switch the absinthe out for some non-alcoholic Kool-Aid, okay? Yes, it's absinthe. I was blanking on the name for some reason. Dr. Nanju warned you as well, did he not? Be silent, Genji! You do not understand! You don't understand my grief and sadness! And I believe at least you, my oldest friend, would understand my pain! You trained your servants to think they were inhuman. Why would they understand human emotions? Why can you not understand? Oh, Beatrice, why did you leave me all alone? Rah! Oh God! Two people crying tonight. What the hell do you mean furniture? I don't get it. Oh, poor Jessica-sama. Even though the cries I hear coming from your room tell me of the situation, there is nothing I can do. This is all a tragedy due to our pair who are too young getting too close when the positions of their birth are too distant. I can do nothing but understand Milady's feelings and also deliver a side dialogue like I'm a freaking character in a Shakespearean love tragedy. It's Genji, Shannon, and Kanon who talk about the furniture stuff. It's those three, like, the three that are closest to Kinzo. Like, Kumasawa doesn't refer to herself as furniture, but she does very heavily emphasize that as a servant, like, she has a certain role and stuff. And Goto is, like, the same. Don't know about the other people, the other servants we've heard about from the Fukuin house, but considering, what's her name, Lunon? Cuts corners when she's cleaning and stuff, I don't think she sees herself as furniture. Maybe she's implying she loves Kinzo? Oh, Kumasawa? Maybe. Alternatively, I mean, most people by the time you're Kumasawa's age have dealt with heartbreak. So even if she's not specifically talking about a character we know in the story, she could just be, like, in general empathizing. Because your first breakup is always gonna be very, very rough. Like, they say, you never truly heal from, like, the scars of trauma. You just start... It just starts to hurt a little less. What do you mean by that, George-san? I mean what I said. I still haven't built up my castle. It's also the distance between them talk to you. Yeah. I mean, Kumasawa would have been a teenager back in the 1920s, 30s when stations in life were very, 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 very much a thing. Now we usually only think of that stuff being like if you're royalty trying to marry a commoner. And even then, not so much because it keeps happening more and more. But loving outside your station and stuff like that is a very common trope, especially with servants in anime. So yeah. I feel like in Western media, the idea of a servant dating their master or something is much less Like, oh no, like this is, I was born. You were born above my station. Like, I can never reach your heights or whatever. In the West, we're much more into the rags to riches type of story, whereas, like, in Confucianism, there's a lot of your fate has been set in stone, know your place. It's a common anti-classism theme too, yeah. Well, and I mean, you've got the American dream, right? That's been built up. That's like you can build yourself up from rags to riches and like all that stuff. But yeah, it could be many, many things. I guess maybe at some point, we might get some more stuff about Kumasawa. Once I manage to build up my castle, I'll finally be able to think of myself as an adult. When that happens, I want to marry you. That's, but... my heart won't let me do that anymore. Uh-oh. So... I want to give you an engagement ring. Engagement, you say? But, I am... furniture. Oh, right, that. Well then, furniture has to listen to what people say, right? Right now, I'm having a ring made that'll be fitting for you. I think it'll be ready in time for me to bring it to the upcoming family conference. I am furniture? Yeah. It's one of those things that the game has and hasn't fully fleshed out. Like, it sounds like it's one of those things where a servant is made to think they are less than human to be able to serve their role appropriately. But also, since there seems to be magic in this world, it is entirely possible that, like, you know, these are basically homunculus and, like, they were synthetic humans created as, like, familiars or whatever, and so they call themselves furniture because they are just tools. So yeah, they haven't fully explained either, and that's the thing with the Yukishi's stories consistently. Like, you see it in Higurashi, and we saw it in Iwahime when we played that. He leans into the fantastical, but at the same time, leaving enough doubt for you to think there is a scientific and a reasonable explanation for everything. And so the arrow between fantasy and, like, you know, hoax keeps, like, violently jumping backwards and forwards throughout the story. And that's part of what makes it interesting. Because you're like, I thought there was magic, but apparently they've just presented a completely logical explanation for all this, so now I don't know. You gotta break out the tinfoil, pretty much. Like, without getting into spoilers, the whole, Hinamizawa, like, the curse, for lack of a better word, it's like, oh, is this because of the local god? Or is it because, you know, there's gas in the swamp? Which I think is one of the explanations in one of, like, the chapters. And it's like, oh yeah, the town exploded because of all the gas in the swamp, and, like, that leaking gas is also what was kind of making people kind of go cuckoo. And then you're like, okay, but did that actually happen, or was that the government cover-up story? And I mean, Yukishi just likes to let people cook. Like, I was on, the wiki the other day, checking something. And, apparently, like, all Yukishi will do when someone presents a theory to him is say, like, interesting. Like, he'll never confirm or deny something. He's like, you guys could just figure it out yourself. Isn't that better? And it's like, oh, you're evil. Or like a bigwig in the village is drugging the water and stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's stuff that can be perfectly explained by science, and then there's other stuff that can only be explained by the fantastical, and with the Yukishi, you never fully know which is which. And a lot of the times, it ends up being a mix of both. But then at the same time, you're like, well, am I, like, are we just imagining this now? Like, because, you know, so-and-so said they saw this, like, supernatural being, but I mean, if everyone's hallucinating, then, like, is that, like, you know, there's that theory of, it's like, oh, if everyone starts seeing the same thing, it can become a reality kind of thing. So if everyone's becoming predisposed to hallucinating and everyone keeps saying, I saw Beatrice, are you gonna eventually start seeing Beatrice? Like, that kind of stuff. It makes the Yukishi's writing really interesting, which is why I was so excited when we found out he was writing one of the new Silent Hills. Because it's like, oh yeah, like that is gonna be messed up. Apparently the voice actress said, like, voicing it, like, she got a little, like, messed up as well because she got too into the role. And I'm like, ooh. I'm like, I mean, that sucks. Be careful when you're a method actor. But oh my goodness. As a player, I'm excited. I'll give it to you then. So please, I want you to let me hear your answer. Definitely a good sign, right? When we have a second, I'll look up the name of this other visual novel that's coming out in August. It has a similar-ish premise, sorry, to UMINEKO, where it's like a girl ends up being a servant in some mansion and like crazy shit ends up happening. I forget the title off the top of my head, but it's in my wish list. And so it's coming out in English in August, so I'm like, ooh, exciting. If you accept, then I'll proclaim our engagement right there, in front of all the relatives, including grandfather. Oh, that's gonna go over well. Yeah, just tell your mother, who is completely unhinged on the best of days, that you're going to marry a servant while she's like 2 cups deep into a bottle of wine. That'll go over well. What could possibly go wrong? Everything! At that point, Beatrice killing people is like a blessing because it'll distract Ava from the situation. George-san? I'm sure some people won't approve our relationship. Basically everyone over the age of 18. Some people won't approve. You mean the entire dining room except for Battler, Jessica, and Maria. Posture check. Thanks, Iduna. Don't worry. I'm mostly sitting up straight. As much as I can, you know. But there's no need to look at their faces. Yeah, don't look at their faces. Well, maybe Battler's parents? I guess. Rosa might be okay-ish too, but yeah. But yeah, literally half the table's gonna be like, literally up in arms. because you only have to fill your eyes with me. Oh, okay. I will definitely bring you happiness. That's the one thing I can promise you with certainty. You know, his whole building up a castle thing was sort of on the right track. A better idea than, like, just proposing out of the blue. Because you know he's gonna be disowned. You know they're gonna freeze his bank accounts. Oh, he's getting disowned. Oh, absolutely. That's why I'm like, you know, the whole building up your own castle thing was a smart move. You probably should have, like, a bank account. Like, if you're gonna pull this kind of shit with, like, a highly, like, conservative family or something like that, you need a safety net. You're better off having, like, a separate bank account, but, like, they could reasonably freeze that as well because, you know, they have a lot of clout. But, a whole bunch of cash so you can run off somewhere like that, like, yeah. Like, you were better off, like, saving for a while just in case. But this is also at least the 80s where it was much, much easier to just, like, you know, vanish like a ghost. Because not everything was digitized, and, surveillance wasn't as complete. Stuff like that. So they could just straight up, like, you know, flee to Hokkaido or something like that. And, like, live in, like, the middle of nowhere in, like, a tiny town where, like, they don't really question stuff. So... Oh, here we go. I was not expecting the chanting. This is a bop, though. Okay, it's less of a bob now that we've got the shrill chanting again, but yeah, I'm like, oh! Like, this is good. FTO Colin wants its atmosphere back. Oh my god, you're not wrong. Ah, darn it. Yeah, UMINEKO's OST was done by a multitude of artists, so there's not one singular composer I can shout out for this. But I wouldn't be surprised if one of them eventually did go on to work in, like, with Type Moon and stuff like that. Because Ryukishi and Takeuchi and Nasu are friends, so they were selling their games at Comic-Con at the exact same time. So like, this technically came out like 2 years after Fate did. I just can't wait to see how it will ripen. The gold butterflies do not swoop upon the juice of overripe and rotting fruit. I cannot wait for the day of harvest to come. Is the time of the banquet here yet? Yeah, that's how I felt having to do that cackle. Like, glass break, throat shatters. I did a warm-up before stream Good thing I did. I mean, I always warm up before stream, but I straight up did a sinner's warm up instead of just the usual, like. When you do these visual novels, and if you're planning on voice acting, you need the full warm up. And this morning, when I was trying to pick breakfast, I was like, God, I can't have a smoothie for breakfast because that has dairy in it, and that's gonna, like, make it more difficult for my throat. I can have a smoothie after stream, though. They had eaten breakfast at a coffee shop in the station building. By chance, the inside of the shop had been decorated with Halloween colors, since it was October. That's crazy! You almost never hear of Japan doing anything for Halloween. Like, it's more common nowadays, especially in, like, Tokyo, but in the 80s, I don't think it was that common. Maria had seemed awfully pleased with that. For quite some time, she talked loudly inside the train about wanting to have a Halloween festival without caring that she was attracting the attention of others. I guess this is Maria and Rosa then. But yeah, it's finally time for shit to hit the fan because it said the first day. So here we go. 5 hours of, like, preamble before the murders start. Halloween is popular in Europe and America, but people aren't that familiar with it in Japan, and also apparently in Australia, it's not that huge. The shopping district was colorfully decorated with orange pumpkins, but the costume parades of children demanding sweets and saying trick or treat were nowhere in sight. Ugh! I want a Halloween festival! I don't want to wear these clothes. I want to look like a witch. Ugh! The family conference isn't for playing. We're going to meet grandfather, so you have to dress up nice. While it wasn't completely full inside the train, it was really packed with almost all the seats occupied by passengers. Maria was making a fuss among them, stomping her feet on the seat while Rosa scowled on her. She's standing on the chair? Girl, sit down. If you're gonna have a tantrum, stand on the floor. Rosa had warned her many times to lower her voice, but Maria hadn't obeyed her at all. Once Maria got like this, no matter how much you tried to explain the situation or calm her, she wouldn't listen. Yeah, because she's a 9-year-old in the, she's a 2-year-old in the body of a 9-year-old. Before, Rosa used to pamper Maria and give in to her at times like this. But that had probably been a mistake. Yes and no, Rosa. Yes and no. As my mother so aptly put it recently when I was talking with her, because I was like, oh yeah, like there were lies that I told my parents that I thought I got away with, and like I absolutely did not. As my mother put it, as a parent, you learn to pick your battles. So depending on what Maria was freaking out about when she was younger, it is not entirely unreasonable to give in to some extent. I mean, she's at the age where she can understand being rude in public. Yes, exactly. Like, it's very hard to reason with a 4-year-old and be like, you're being rude, stop it. So at that age, yes, give in and, like, distract them in that situation. And, like, you can always have a conversation later, like, look, that was not okay. You did listen to mommy, and, like, I was very upset by that. Like, you need to listen to mommy when we're not in the, you need to listen to mommy when mommy tells you no, okay? Like, that kind of stuff. But yeah, at this age, this is old enough to be, like, you need to be more considerate of other people around you. Because, yeah, like, if your child is small and they're having a temper tantrum on the train, like, what else are you gonna do? You can't send them to your room. If you take away any belongings you brought with them to keep them entertained, that's just gonna make the situation even worse. So you just give in at that moment, and then you have a discussion later, and, like, it's like, yeah, you're grounded, by the way, because you did listen to mommy while we were on the train. Because, like, yeah, I remember it had to have been about 3 or 4. And Papa Mellis had bought me a present while he was out. And when he got home, Mama Mellis told him how horrible I had been that day. And he turned right around and he returned the present. And that was more devastating to me than, like, any other form of discipline as a little kid. Like, I'm sure I still acted out, but, like, the fact I remember that, like, 30 years later, I still remember Papa Mellis coming home and saying he bought me a book, and I was really excited, and then Mama Mellis is like, oh no, you don't deserve, Diana doesn't deserve that book. Like, she was like, she said mean things to me, and she hit me all day today, and Papa Mellis is like, okay, I'm going back. It's brutal, but I did grow up to be a very mild-mannered, thoughtful person, so, like, you know, we kind of worked out. Mama Melis's whole thing was, like, good lesson on consequences? Exactly, yeah. Mama Melis's whole thing was, like, yeah, you don't want your child to be so opposed to you that they don't trust you, but at the same time, it's my job to make sure when you, like, become an adult, you can go out into the world and survive. I don't need to be your best friend to do that. And it's like, you know what? Yeah, that's fair. Surely Maria had gained the mistaken impression that throwing a tantrum long enough would make her mother give up and do what Maria said. I mean, yeah, it depends how long you've been putting up with the tantrums. I think once they start school, like right around when they start school, that's the age where it's like you have to learn to just ignore their tantrums and stuff. Because by that age, they're old enough to reason and learn stuff. But yeah, trying to reason with, like, a 3 or 4-year-old having a tantrum in public, like, yeah, there's not much you can do. Like, you can leave the store if you're at a store, but if you're in a car or a train or something like that, like, what are you gonna do? Reminds me of that free money glitch where people stole thousands of dollars and it's like, nah, you just gave the bank all your info. Yeah, true. Rosa had realized that error with the help of an educational book, and since then, she'd hardened the part of her heart that wanted to pamper her beloved daughter. Her mutual understanding with Maria began to grow weaker and weaker, and she began to get discouraged by her own powerlessness more and more often. Halloween! Halloween! If you don't give me sweets, I'll play a prank. Ooh. I don't have any sweets to give you. We just ate breakfast. If you don't give me sweets, I'll play a prank! Oh dear, a stout old woman who was sitting nearby as Maria stomped her feet picked a candy out of her handbag and held it out to Maria. I got a sweet! Maria, you can't just accept sweets from strangers, right? Give it back. Oh, don't worry about it. She's such a spirited young lady. How old is she? Maybe there was no malice in the old woman's words. However, Rosa seemed to find that remark extremely humiliating. Maria, haven't I always told you not to accept sweets from strangers? She gave it to me! No, it's mine! Let go of it. How many times do I have to tell you to do what Mama says? It's mine! Mine! Ripple lady, imagine having a full-on crash out against your 9-year-old on a train in public. Like, that's Rosa. Rosa, please. Like, what's the word I'm looking for? Doing something to stop her from having the tantrum? Okay, fine. But you are the adult here. You are late 20s, early 30s, I'm presuming. Can you not control your temper enough to not, like... I'm presuming she's about to beat the shit out of Maria on the train. Oh, yeah. Just slap the shit out of her in public. Luckily, we're in Japan, where no one gives a shit about strangers and tends to intervene in these kinds of situations. Because that's a whole plot point in Persona. Rosa reflexively, yeah, she just does this, like, on impulse. In a flash, Maria started crying loudly. Rosa immediately took the candy from Maria's hand and pushed it back towards the dumbfounded old woman sitting next to them. Please do not just give sweets to my daughter. I'm so sorry. Breathing heavily, Rosa once again held the candy out to the old woman. After getting flustered about what she should say for a few moments, perhaps the old woman realized that her actions may have troubled this Puritan child, as she accepted the candy back, apologizing. After that, Rosa finally took notice of her surroundings. Her daughter's clothes were all messed up. She was crying and shouting with her nose dripping. And there were many dumbfounded passengers watching them. Except for the sound of the train running. The interior was completely silent. Fortunately, that pitiful silence didn't last more than a short while. However, it was followed by an even more painful atmosphere as everyone began to whisper. Maria shouted, cried, kicked, and stomped her feet as usual, paying no heed to the people sitting around her. Again with the slap! What the fuck? Yeah, that's really gonna fix the situation here. What you do is you apologize to everyone for making a scene, and either you sit down and wait for Maria to calm down, or you both go to the bathroom and you sit her down in there until she calms down. Impulsively, Rosa tried to slap her again, but she noticed the cold eyes of the people in the train and couldn't. Violence isn't the answer? Oh, yeah. And I mean, when I say take her to the bathroom, I don't mean, go to the bathroom and slap her there. I mean, like, you take her out of the situation to somewhere where she can calm down. Because you got that, okay. I just wanted to be clear that I was not, encouraging Rose's behavior. Because even when, like, you know, spanking and stuff was, like, culturally acceptable, people would look down on you if you started doing that in public, like... The crowd is also making Maria crash out harder? Yeah. She may not be fully cognizant of the crowd, but it's the atmosphere definitely wouldn't be helping. Or Rosa? Yeah, exact. That too. Because Rosa also needs to calm down. Which is why I was like, either you both have to sit down and calm down, or you need to, like, remove yourself from the situation. And I mean, I guess that's sort of what Rosa's doing here by pulling them off the train, but that is like an overcorrection of the situation. You don't need to get off the train. You just need to calm down, apologize, and accept the consequences of your actions. Maria didn't stop crying. Jesus Christ! Rosa took her to the end of the platform and hit her again. At that moment she was hit, Maria stopped crying for an instant. But before long, she shouted and cried even more than before. Whoa! Okay, the nape of the neck is going way too frickin' far. Holy shit. Like, yeah, don't slap the kid, but when you start dragging them by the hair, that is insane. Whoa! And here she goes again. That's the reason you can't make friends in class, right? Get a hold of yourself. No, it's because she talks to everyone like she's an evil witch. Why are you still a kindergartner inside your head? Why can't you do what Mama says? Why? With those severe words, Rosa hit Maria's cheek over and over again. The more Maria cried and shouted, the more Rosa hit her. And the more Maria was hit, the more intensely she cried and shouted. Rosa, have you not realized this is not fixing the situation like you want? Maybe you should try a different approach. Jesus Christ. This is why Papa's business trip never ends? No, Papa was just a piece of shit. It has nothing to do with the child. Excuse me, ma'am, is everything alright? Do you want something? The one who timidly called her was the station attendant. Rosa glared at the attendant with a look that said, "Don't butt into the problems of a mother and child, stranger." Of course, the attendant surely hadn't wanted to get involved either. However, Rosa had been yelling on the platform for a much longer time than she had imagined. Her emotional scolding had led the passengers on the platform to advise the attendant to call out to her. Yeah, no shit! Even in a society where they tend to really passively not interfere with other people's problems, I think there is a limit to tolerating a mother beating the shit out of a small child in public. Rosa yelled at the attendant, saying not to worry anymore since they'd be getting on the next train. And then finally, or rather for the second time, she noticed the passengers on the platform staring at her from a distance. Rosa sweat slightly and felt a breeze make her sweat go cold, tormenting her. Maria still kept on crying, shielding her own head. Of course, if this beating continued, she'd probably keep crying indefinitely. I did it again. As the terrible heat in Rosa's head faded, she knew she had surrendered her soul to evil again. Girl, it is time to go to anger management. Mama, come back. No, that is your mama. Maria, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Mama, welcome back. Finally, Maria realized that her mother was her mother again. She clung to her mother's body and cried, burying her face in her mother's chest. I don't remember the anime episode, but this is way worse than I remember. Oh, I am sure they had to tone it down for the anime. Meanwhile, when Ryukishi's at the wheel, he's like, yeah, I was a social worker. Y'all get to see the full extent of this. Forgive your bad mama. Forgive your bad mama. I'm so sorry. Please don't hate your mama. That is so manipulative. I'm just fine. Won't hate mama. Mama was only being possessed by the bad witch again. But you can't... No, actually, you know what? No wonder Maria believes in witches. Because it's the only way she can reconcile her mother being nice with her mother when she loses her temper. Yeah, that's right. Mama was just being possessed by the bad witch again. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. For a long time, the two of them hugged each other, asking for and sharing words of forgiveness. After a while, they calmed down and both moved back at the same time. Maria's face and Rosa's face were both deep red after crying their eyes out. Do you want to have a Halloween festival, Maria? Yeah. I wanted to show those pumpkin marshmallows to George Oni-chan and Jessica Oni-chan. It was a candy they had been selling near the cash register at the shop where they'd eaten breakfast. A fancy sweet that had a big orange marshmallow in the shape of a jack-o'-lantern attached to the tip of the stick. Maria had wanted it and had insistently pestered Rosa for it. Rosa had refused, saying there was no way she could buy sweets right after breakfast. Then Maria... I don't know if they sell those in this town or not, but let's get off and try searching for them, okay? Yeah! I love you, Mama! I love you so much, dear God! sorry. I'm just like shaking my head in real life because I'm like, man. And the spiral continues. Yeah, I mean, the supports for a single mother in Japan are not great even today, but I can only imagine in the 80s. Like, Rosa needs so much help, not just in raising Maria, but like emotional support. She needs to go to like anger management, also therapy to sort out the fact that, you know, her boyfriend slash husband probably got her pregnant and then just F the fuck off. Like, she's still using the Ushiromiya name, which means they were never married. Because based on what Ava was saying, she had to fight Kinzo to stay in the family register when she got married. So if Rosa actually did marry Maria's father, like, she wouldn't have the name. She would have been disowned. Yeah, she's not evil, but they need so much therapy. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because it's like, when she has her calm moments, you can tell that Rosa does love her daughter, but Maria herself needs therapy, A, for the abandonment issues, and B, potentially for any kind of learning disabilities that's like making it so she has a hard time maturing like her classmates. And so that situation adds to Rosa's stress. Like, we know from the first chapter that, like, you know, she was the co-signer on some loan, and now she's got a shit ton of debt hanging on her head. She's a single mother, so raising Maria would be hard as well. She has to live up to the expectations of the family, so it's not like she could just send Maria to, like, you know, a cheap-ass, like, public school or something like that. Like, it all stacks up, so it's like, yeah, I can sympathize how hard this probably is on you. But oh my god, y'all need so much help, and I wish you guys were getting help. But yeah, even now, every time, like, I hear about, like, once in a blue moon, I'm reading an article, and, like, there's a psychologist who studies in some university in Japan, and I'm like, holy shit, they exist there. Because, you know, Asia's so famous for not dealing with mental health stuff. This was for sure in the era of therapy equals weakness. Oh yeah, we're, like, just barely getting out of that era in the West. And, like, if, say Maria has, like, ADHD or autism or, like, anything like that, they would not acknowledge it back in the 80s either to, like, get her treatment. And I mean, based on how Kinzo acts, Rosa and Kinzo could even be, like, bipolar or something. Like, there could be a history of mental health in this family, considering how some of them are, like, just completely unhinged. I don't know if treatment even existed. For ADHD stuff, definitely not. I forget at what point that treatment for mental health stopped being. We're just gonna put you in the sanatorium and pretend you don't exist, because that's literally the best we can do. medication back then. Give you zombie meds and hope you figure it out. Yeah. Because I quickly looked up One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, which is, like, the only film I know that was set in, like, you know, a mental institution in, like, the 60s/70s, and yeah. I mean, that movie ends with, like, the dude getting a lobotomy, basically, so... Hi, Jambola! You're free from work! Hooray! Just in time for the importance of therapy, yup. If they missed the airplane, they'd fall half a day behind schedule. She should have left home with more time to spare, but she ended up leaving late after choosing Maria's clothes. Because of that, Rosa had been a bit impatient since the morning. Ah, see? See, it's all your fault, Rosa. She looked at the clock. They had to get on the next train immediately. But her daughter firmly joined hands with her to go buy sweets with her mother, and that hand was warm. To Rosa, as she was now, it was more important to renew her bonds with Maria. To her, Maria was not only a beloved daughter, she was everything Rosa had. Yeah, like you gotta treat your family better, man. I mean, not like Rosa had a great upbringing either based on what little we know. Like, Kinzo, even though he's 70, still slaps his 40-year-old son, like 50-year-old son to tell him to, like, sit up straight at dinner, like... Fortunately, they could see a big supermarket right in front of the station. Murasame! Thank you for the raid-o! Ooh, Genshin stream. Very nice. Were you just grinding? Were you doing, like, the new Archon quest? Hello, hello! Fortunately, they could see a big supermarket right in front of the station. They might not be able to find exactly the same sweet, but Maria would probably be happy with a similar one. Besides, Rosa couldn't show up with a face swelled from crying. She must fix her makeup. Maybe we won't find a marshmallow exactly like that one, but hopefully we could find something like it. Let's buy some and surprise all your cousins together. I broke Genshin, so the only way out was to raid. Oh no. Yeah, as long as we buy it together, any sweet is fine. See, Maria can't actually stop oohing like she is now if Rosa is actually just chill. They exited through the turnstiles of the station in this unknown town. Maria walked across the pedestrian crossing together with her mother, chuckling to herself as though she was walking in an amusement park. Both faces were still deep red, but the two of them, mother and child, smiled warmly at each other without any restraint. Your stream is still on and you can't shut down your PlayStation? Hold down the power button. And I mean, you can always pull the plug on it. Literally. Dear? What are you doing in a place like this? Oh, it's you. Hang on one sec. I should save. Since the game crashed once, I'm like, Genshin just broke everything? Glitch and impact, as we used to say back in the day. A bit paranoid now, just a bit. I thought the game auto-saved as well, but I guess it doesn't, and I was just a Lulu. Oh, it's you. It's nothing. I just find this a pleasant place to think. In the corner of a hallway. You woke up for the stream and then went straight back to sleep. Ah, yes, the DD experience. Do not come to a stream when you are even just a little bit eepy. I will make you pass the F out. There's definitely some system save in the background with the menu unlocks. True. The naps are top tier. Though I'm glad. All our preparations for today have been completed. Why don't we have some tea and relax while we wait? Forgive me. I'm always making you handle such troublesome matters. Please, rely on me even more. I am your wife. Naturally, I'm grateful to have you always coming to my aid. Also, when Pop Team Epic? 7 p.m. EST, so it would be 4 p.m. your time, I think? If you check the announcement in the Discord, I copy and pasted that auto-converter timestamp, so it should show in your time. Plus, I always put out a ping before we start watch-alongs, so. That's precisely why I am able to devote myself to my work. I understand. I see it now, and it is indeed for excellent. And the topic of father's inheritance, right? That has nothing to do with you. It's nothing more than fishing for rotten meat amongst greedy siblings. It's okay, dear. Everything will go well. Our businesses have never failed to work themselves out. I don't think that's as comforting as she thinks it is, but okay. Natsuhi softly cuddled close to Klaus's shoulder. She complimented Klaus on his hard work, but Natsuhi knew better than anyone that his work wasn't going well. Klaus's project was like a seesaw, where a large amount of money swings. Big investments can lead to massive payoffs, but like large seesaws, they tend to shake a lot while moving very slowly, instead of showing immediate results. At times, it's possible to make further investments so that the seesaw inclines faster towards the side you want. Of course, you'd only be able to do that if you were confident you'll be able to recover all your investments in the not-so-distant future. However, the seesaws Klaus chose never turned out as he would have liked them to. Rest in peace. His foresight wasn't wrong, but the times were moving sluggishly. Yeah, isn't this right before the economy bubble burst in Japan? Because, like, what was it? They, the world governments reined in the power of the American dollar, and that sent the value of the yen shooting sky high. And then so tons of people over-invested in stuff, and so when everything stabilized, it all came crashing down. Something like that. Fun fact, that's why a lot of anime from the late 80s, early 90s is all like, you know, dystopian stuff. For example, think of a literal seesaw placed in a park. It's a really popular item, so there's always someone playing on it. And you've got to wait a long time for your turn. Interesting, right? I was listening to a podcast ages ago where someone pointed that out, and I looked, and I'm like, oh, you're right. Like, most of the really famous dystopian and or survival animes are from, like, some in the 70s, but, like, a lot in the 80s and 90s. Things only really start getting a lot, like, more upbeat and positive in, like, the 2000s. Like, late 90s, early 2000s. Because, you know, fiction is influenced by the times. There's, you can actually tell stuff about the time periods based on what kind of fictional monsters were popular in media. Like, vampires symbolized, like, it was like fears of immigration and stuff, basically. Like, Frankenstein was the Victorian, like, juxtaposition between faith and, like, you know, growing science. And I forget what zombies signify, but it's something like distrust and, like, fear in their economy, stuff like that. Japan rebounded off of computer chips, right? I do believe that is the case, yes. And that's, I believe, part of the reason why the yen is kind of sluggish now, because there's all the shortages and stuff that's been going on for years at this point. Was blind consumerism? That makes sense. Yes, that makes sense. That's probably what it was. So not entirely far off with, like, whole, like, distrust stuff with the economy, but that was not quite hitting the nail on the head. Let's say that one day you spotted one of those seesaws that was completely unused, and you raced to grab it first and have it all to yourself. However, unless someone got on the opposite side of the seesaw, you wouldn't be able to play on it. Yes, you can! You can play on a seesaw by yourself. You can't go as high, but you can still jump. What if lots of time passed and nobody came to the opposite end? Seesaws are popular, so if you wait long enough, a companion will surely show up. But Klaus noticed something. The weather's getting worse, so nobody's coming outside to play. But seesaws are popular, so someone will surely come eventually. If he vacated his place because of the worsening weather, it would certainly be snatched away. And once again, he'd end up longingly gazing from a distance as someone else had fun on the seesaw. On one side of the seesaw, he continued to wait patiently, all alone. That was Klaus's project, and his current situation. If only I had a bit more courage and the self-confidence to believe in my own foresight, I would never have failed. Yes, that's true. Your foresight is never wrong. You are the only one who inherited Father's resourcefulness. You inherited an innate disposition that none of the other siblings did. but I could never believe in it. I always shut my own projects down like a coward. Why can't I believe in myself because your father's a piece of shit? I'm always sitting on the seat where the losers must sit, and my father, my mother, my siblings all sneer at me. Also, showing a child actively being viewed strictly as an investment? That's true. Just how long will it take? Natsuhi was the only one who knew. Only she knew of Klaus's anguish. As the eldest son of the Ushinomiya family, who would soon be forced to bear an immense responsibility. He couldn't open his pained heart to anyone. It was always getting compared to his father's greatest enterprises. I've made preparations concerning all other matters so that you will be able to devote your attention entirely to the family conference. Yes, everything else has been seen to. Thank you. Will there be any problems dealing with father? Oh, so many problems! You don't even know the half of it. Kenji and Dr. Nanjo are on our side. I'll never allow those greedy siblings to make contact with father. Oh, okay. Hey, piece of shit, how you doing? Hello, Goda here. Yes, please leave it to me. I'm anxious to put my skills to work for the big annual job. In the kitchen, multicolored ingredients were gathered and the preliminary arrangements were promptly being started. Even though it was still morning, the ingredients for dinner were already in saucepans and steaming. Normally, he'd had to deal with several assorted matters, but on the day of the family conference, he could devote himself entirely to cooking. To Goda, who was originally a chef, this was surely the greatest gala occasion of the whole year. Yes, dinner will be calf steak. A wonderful cut of meat is already anxiously waiting for tonight in the refrigerator. Please be sure to look forward to dinner. It was rare for Goda to be in this good of a mood towards his fellow servants. Goda bragged about being the Ushinomiya family's personal chef, and knowing he was considered worthy to display his excellent cooking at the family conference was his greatest honor. Understood. I will leave everything to you. Also, is Kumasawa there? Kumasawa-san? I happened to see her earlier, but she is not here. Perhaps she went to get things ready in the guest house. Is she loafing around again? No, it is fine. Please continue with your work. Yes, leave everything to me, Goda! Kenji placed the telephone back on the receiver, sighing lightly. Genji sighed once again, thinking of Kumasawa, who was probably hiding again even though things were this busy. And the ostentatious Goda, who only felt like doing anything on a day when he could show off. Great servants. Excuse me. The preparations for all the rooms in the guest house are complete. We received instructions from our lady to prepare a room for 4 people, so that the children can spend the night together. So what shall we do? I hear Battler Summer will be coming for the first time in 6 years. Presumably, Milady wants to stay up late into the night with her 3 cousins. Make the preparations. You do not need to tell Madame. I see. Certainly. So tonight we'll have the late night shift followed immediately by the morning shift. Looks like these 2 days will be tiresome. Imagine not even letting the servants sleep. Like, jeesh. Speaking of which, the weather forecast is saying the typhoon will strike in this area. Well, everything be alright? Assuming the typhoon doesn't stray too far from its course, it may affect the boat ride back for the family members. The family conference schedule might be extended until Monday or Tuesday. Our task may be a long and tiring one, but I earnestly ask that you take care not to make any blunders. No pressure. Shannon, remain calm and do not panic. You're so funny. Bit of a tinfoil hat theory. Goda may view this dinner as a chance to secure employment as a personal chef after Kinzo passes. I can see that. He might also be trying to impress, so yeah, he gets to stay on with the family as the personal chef when presumably Klaus becomes the head. Yeah. His only regrets might be that he's stuck on this island, so if he could get into the residence of someone on the mainland, that might be something he's looking for, but who knows? Apparently working for the Ushinomiyas is the highest honor if you work in service, so who the heck knows? Yes. I'll be careful. I'll be careful. Today, we must conduct ourselves in a manner suitable for a very important guest. See to it that you make no blunders. No pressure! None. 0 pressure. We understand. If only he knew, if only he knew. Oh boy, this is the least of your worries. Count on. In the truest sense, we will be receiving a very important guest today. Make sure that you are prepared. Yes, sir. Shannon, is something the matter? You seem to be a bit uneasy. Do you have some prior engagement at this time? Huh? No, it's nothing, it's nothing. My apologies. Nissan? Important guests will be arriving today. Detach yourself from your private life. Don't be a little shit, you little potato. Bro gets to look all cool in a duster jacket once, and now he thinks he's hot shit. Potato! Potato! I don't know what you mean by private life. As Shannon blushed just a bit, she turned her gaze away from the clock. Was it about time for the airplane carrying the family to arrive at Nijiba? She tried to hide the fact that her upcoming long-awaited reunion with George was making her heart race. But Kanon, who stood behind her, seemed to see right through her. Don't you hate little brothers? Shannon, please don't say a word and accept this. Oh god, he's practicing in the bathroom. Thankfully, I'm the youngest, so I got to be the little shit. Same. Well, sort of. Like, I was nearly, like, the second youngest cousin, and I have an older half-brother, so it was like, I was an only child and youngest sibling, but because my half-brother is so much older than I am, his kids, he had kids when I was still quite young. And so, like, I ended up in this weird situation where I was, like, an older cousin slash aunt slash older sister kind of thing. So it's like, I've sort of lived all the rules. Inside a bathroom stall, George was practicing something over and over, taking out a small velvet box hidden in his pocket like a quick-draw desert gunman. Oh, you sweet, sweet summer child. Surely there were better places to practice this. That's not it. Shannon likes men who are more assertive. Gotta pump it up with more horsepower. No, my dear God. Shannon, put this ring on your finger. That's an order, okay? If I don't say it properly that it's on the left hand, maybe she'll put it on her right hand. No, Shannon, is it that ignorant? Someone help this child. But there's some room for her to express her free will. That'd be a little mean. As he crossed his arms muttering, someone knocked on the door. George was snapped back to reality. Hey, George Gun, you okay? Got a stomach ache or something? Hey, Uncle Rudolph. I was like, don't do this in the bathroom. In a tiny airport where most of the other occupants are probably your family. Instructions on clear ward as a tow right now. That would be insane. It's okay, I'm fine. No need to worry. Really? That's good then. But you know, you're straining way too much. Your ass'll burst. Bro just thinks he's constipated. I mean, yes, don't strain. If it's not coming out within like what is it? 15 minutes, they say, it's not ready to come out. I wish we got more Rudolph. I'm sure in some pass we do, but yeah, in the last one we got, he was like the first to go. Rudolph washed his hands, laughing cheerily as he left. George realized that the most embarrassing part had it been overheard, relaxed, and felt extremely relieved. Kyrie, isn't Rosa here yet? Phrasing? Phrasing. Not yet. She's pretty late. It's a good thing the weather's delaying our flight. If the schedule had gone on normally, she would have missed the plane. What does she plan on doing then? Rosa-san is very much an adult now. She'll manage it somehow. No matter how old they get, older brothers always treat their younger sisters like children. Of course, Dad's always a kid no matter how old he gets. Butler, I missed you! God. I've had to put up with, like, George and, like, furniture stuff for the past, like, 8 hours. Butler, it's so good to see you, my boy! Oh, to be ignorant to the family drama again, right? What'd you say? If I'm a kid, that makes you a baby. Come on, Babbler-chan, up you go. Stop it, that tickle! Stop! You two look more like bratty friends than a father and son. Look, she's here. Oh ho! If it isn't Rosa-san! Monia-chan, long time no see. Long time no see! Ooh! Oh, God. Maria? Shouldn't that be it's good to see you again? Greet Hideyoshi-san properly. Oh. It's good to see you again. I'm guessing in the Japanese, she did, like, you know, Hisashiburi without, like, you know, some, without doing it in, like, the honorific Keigo form. So it's like, that's too casual to speak to your uncle that way. Something hard to translate? Yeah. I mean, good to see you again does make it kind of fit, but yeah. Even if he's a casual dude, yeah. But I mean, God, this is society where, like, dear God, Keigo. We're even spouses use son with each other. There you go, well said. How about some candy as a reward? Oh, huh? Where'd I put it? Rosa-san, it's good to see you again. It's good to see you too, Maria-chan. It's been too long, Kirie-ne-san, Hideyoshi-ni-san. And oh my, Battler-kun! Look how big you've gotten! Ah, come on. It's embarrassing to hear that from everyone I meet. Hey, Rosa, you're late. If the plane was on time, you'd barely have made it. I'm sorry. We had some trouble making our train connection. See, we had this scene in Chapter 1, and this was such an understatement of the century, right? In chapter 1, this was like such a throwaway sentence, and now it's like, trouble making our train connection? Yeah, because of who? Because you were busy beating the shit out of your daughter for 20 minutes, like... So are we waiting on the weather again? Oh, don't complain. I much prefer the 30-minute plane trip to spending 6 hours bouncing about on a boat. Even if we're kept waiting here for an hour, it's still much faster overall. Is that Maria? You sure have gotten big. She's at that growing age. You haven't seen her for 6 years, right? Of course she's changed. Women are creatures who can be born again in a single day when they have a change of heart. What? That is an insane sentence. Is this true? Oh no, we do know you're in shot still, right? Is that true? Women can be born again in a single day when they have a change of heart? A proverb, I'm guessing? I guess it's supposed to be some kind of comment on how they say girls grow up faster than boys. But, like, you know, that's more so because society forces girls to prepare to be mothers from, like, you know, age, like, 6. Come on, Battler, say hi. With baby toys? Yup. And then, like, you know, God forbid you're, like, you're, like, the eldest child and you're a girl. You've been parenting your younger siblings since you could walk, basically. That expectation not as sternly forced on the eldest son. Like, sure, you might be expected to, like, help babysit if, like, your family can't afford a sitter, but, like, generally I don't think you're expected to prepare dinner the way oldest daughters are. Yeah, of course you wouldn't remember something that happened when she was 3. Hey, Maria, long time no see. You sure have gotten big. Maria, this is Battler Oni-chan, Rudolph Nissan's son. Understand? My brother had more expectations of keeping the peace and setting an example. Ah, fair enough, yeah. The brother is the son. Huh? Ah! She was obviously on her guard. Apparently Maria cannot grasp the concept of cousins. After all, it was hardly surprising that she'd be scared if a large guy like Battler suddenly started speaking frankly to her. Battler noticed that as well and thought of various ways he might approach her. Then he spotted the candy she had in her hand. To be fair, I still don't get second cousins and removed cousins, but Battler isn't a second cousin. He's a direct cousin. He's the child of her mother's sibling. That's a first-degree cousin. Second-degree cousin is the child of your cousin. And then once you get removed, then, like, you know, it's like the child of your cousin's cousin thing. That's basically what it is. I just mean it could get confusing what to call extended family, I guess. I mean, in Japanese, you either just call everyone Oba-chan or, like, Nei-san. And like the male equivalent. Pretty easy compared to like just figuring out your direct relations. Just like, oh, you're older than me and we're related? Nei-chan. Or you're older than me and we live in the same neighborhood? Nei-chan. I see, it's October, so that must be for Halloween. If you don't give me sweets, I'll play a prank, right? Normally trying to snatch a sweet away from a small child will result in them crying and screaming. The adults seemed dubious about Badler's tactics, but Maria looked unexpectedly pleased, her face splitting into a wide grin. Halloween! Halloween! See, Mama? Badler also knows about Halloween. See? See? Hey, call him Badler Oni-chan. Sorry, Badler-kun. No, don't sweat it. Please call me Badler. So I'll be calling you Maria. Look, Maria, it's Halloween! If you don't give me sweets, I'll play a prank. If you don't give me sweets, I'll play a prank. From inside her purse, Maria picked out a jack-o'-lantern sweet similar to the one she had in her hand and presented it to Badler. When Badler accepted it, that seemed to be enough to confirm their friendship. The adults were amazed at how good children can be getting along with each other. Wow! Adults are like meeting on common ground? Expressing interest in someone else's interest? To form camaraderie? That's insane. That is 4-dimensional chess. These people have never learned to socialize in their lives. Did he sneak a slap in when we were looking? Oh my god. Oh god, there's tears in my eyes. You're so right, but oh my god. Maria had been throwing a tantrum because she wanted a Halloween festival. So Badler, who knew about trick-or-treating, must have felt like an ally. Her defensive posture from before was completely gone. Now she was all cheery, as though they'd been friends for decades. That's right, Halloween's a pretty minor event in Japan. You always see people marching in costume parades on the news from overseas, but I've never seen it here. I wanted to wear a costume too. Wanted to say trick-or-treat with all the cousins wearing costumes. I see. Next time, let's do it together. What would you like to dress up as? A witch! Beatrice! And just like that, they're there. Really did miss Badler, though. Same. He adds such a dynamic to the cast. Alright. I think this is probably a good place to stop. I'm starting to get tired. And, like, I would usually stop at the top of the hour anyway. And since we just switched scenes, this seems like a good spot. There we go. Yeah, I try and stop at the top of a scene. Like, at the start of the scene, so then that way we don't lose the cohesiveness of the plot. And sometimes it's really hard to tell how long these scenes will go on for. So sometimes it's better to stop early. Especially when I've been going for, almost 5 hours? Woohoo! Well, we finally... I kept wishing we would get back to Rokenjima and the core of the story. I kind of got what I wished for. I wish that did not include Rosa slapping the shit out of her child in public multiple times. But be careful what you wish for, I guess. I guess that's the motto here. Alright. So it's the end of the 2-week cycle, so I will have to do up my schedule. I haven't touched it for July, so I honestly don't really know what's coming. Well, I know on Tuesday, if I end up feeling up to it, we'll see how I feel on Monday morning, but hopefully on Tuesday I'm thinking of doing a long stream and playing that ROM of Pokemon Crystal. So we will see. See you later for Watch-along. Excellent. And yes, always comfy day. Thank you, Murasame, for the raid. If you're still around, let's see who I can send you all off to. Fish! Let's see here. The fish thing is amazing. I'm glad you've enjoyed it so much. Probably won't make it. Hope you enjoy the anime though. Oh, I love Pop Team Epic. But thank you. I'm sure it will be so much fun. Let me see. Sure, Perry is doing like sort of like a just chatting stream. She's doing a wrap up of going to, I think it's probably Offkai, so the title talks about VTuberCon. So I'll send you guys over there if you guys want to just listen in on some like just chatting after UMINEKO. There we go, raid. And here's Discord. If you want to keep up with us when we're not streaming or come along for the watch along, that's going to happen in about 2 hours. We're going to be starting Pop Team Epic. We've been watching Prince of Tennis, but we decided to take a break. So there you go. Alrighty, folks. That is going to be it for me. So, if it's daytime where you are, have a wonderful rest of your day. And if it's nighttime, have a great rest. When you head on off to bed, Pop Team is out thick. Yeah! Until next time, take care of yourself. Wash your face, brush your teeth, eat good food. And I'll see you next time. Bye-bye! Bye-bye-bye-bye!